have the conversation.
No, I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a quick review, and I love Tori. We were at the last prep, and he said, you know, Jeff keeps putting the same damn things on the board every month. You know, I think it's kind of important. I think he's trying to make a point. So we'll do it again. Branch success, okay? There are things that are given in terms of programs that you have to know, and then I say what's called focus. Focus 5. The 5 most important programs. Of all the things you can learn, if you're spending your time on things outside of this, it's a waste of your time. The more you master this, the better your branch, okay? So given, learning that interview and learning how to run the training. Those have to be given. And the next prep, we're gonna start teaching you how to run the 3-day training seminar. Videos are up, we have videos. Within 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have scripts, by the way. Our next level group has already been scripting, meaning they're not waiting for me to put out the official scripts. They're doing it on their own for active learning, so they're retaining information. Anything you can do to learn that, that's just, because if you can't recruit people, if you can't run an interview, you can't get people on your team. If you can't train them, no one's selling Cutco. Next level group, who can help me with the, in order? What's the first one we put down? Yeah, rep-driven PRs. You have the ability to create new recruits, but the quality recruits you want, and target your best reps to replicate them. If I have, for example, a Charles in my office, and I want more people like him, his peers, I want people from his high school, from his sports team, from his church. Can you do that? Do you have the ability to do that? We're going to cover the whole PR program today, like the overview.
First 10 days.
Yep, that's going to go over here. First 10-day management. Do you understand all the events in the first 10 days and what to talk about on PDI depending what day of the business they're in and how to get them to the event? Okay, what else?
PRs.
That's still, yep, that's part of it. Receptionist program, the whole receptionist program, which includes traditional PR calling.
Yeah.
Yep, PDI. Are you speaking to your reps? Do you know when and how to speak to your reps? And the last one's driving demos. Drive-in demos. That includes 10 plus appointments, average for every rep that finishes training. Meaning, when a rep leaves day 3, does the average rep have at least 10, like on average? That's phone jams. How do you drive phone jams? And then Champions Club, which also is essentially a phone jam. Okay. This is it. If you notice in preps, outside of the life skills, which is financial and fitness and all those things, we're only focusing on these. This is done. We should be done with the interview now. How many of you have already run your first interview? Awesome. Who has yet to run an interview? So, okay. By the way, it's not bad if you haven't. Okay. Great opportunity to move forward, get interviews under your belt. Who's run parts of training already or run full complete trainings? Yeah, that's exciting. Some of you will continue to progress on that. Who's already made their first rep-driven calls? Who's already made their first traditional PR calls? Who's taken incoming receptionist calls? Okay.
Called IX.
Okay. I'm gonna put this from now, one of the assignments I'm gonna cover later. From now to Olean, and then from Olean to the break. One of the #1 things you can do to increase your ability to run a successful office is take more rep-driven calls, take more receptionist calls. Okay. Who has taken well over 10 calls, whether it's made 10 plus PRs or taken 10 plus receptionist calls? Okay. That's a big deal. The more and more you get under your belt, the easier it is to teach to your receptionist team. So any questions on next level, any additional comments? This is the X factor. Yeah, but my office looks so pretty. Yeah, but I have more reps. Yeah, but my team meetings are so much fun. Yeah, but we get more appointments than you. Yeah, but I'm giving my team, they're all on the same page. We have this great team cheer and team name. Yeah, but I have more reps than you because I get into all the events. Right? There's so many things that go, and here's what I'll say. The concept of runway, who can explain? Next level, what do we talk about when we say the concept, Alan? The concept of runway means what?
Basically, bigger planes need more runway.
Right, bigger planes need more runway to get off the ground. These 5 programs take the most runway, okay? Why do you think we're teaching you the PR program and the receptionist program and the training now? Because you have them from now until the summer to get it going. Okay. Questions or other additional thoughts? Next level. Those of you that have run an office before, additional thoughts? Yeah.
I mean, that's your summer right there. Basically broken down the board. How well you know those is how well and how much you should.
Yeah, that's it.
If you get an opportunity to really just have a chance to be a receptionist work with one, or you know how.
So, right now, I wouldn't prioritize PDI. Meaning, if you can get an opportunity to take PDI, but you have a choice, do the receptionist or the PR calls. This you can experience later on and during the break. We're gonna have a mini summer. Okay. First 10-day management, I wouldn't really worry about that right now because if you don't know how to launch reps, you won't have anyone to 10-day manage. It'll be 10 days of just you. Okay. Driving demos, same thing. That you'll learn just by being part of the process. Any questions so far? Questions? Okay. With that being said, I want to bring Beth up for part 2 receptionist program. All of this is on YouTube and will be recorded so you can continuously go back. Do we have last year's up too? No, different message.
Yeah, yeah, because we had issues with YouTube last prep, I'd say actually watch last year's first prep talk, but yeah, it's all up on there.
Yeah. So in other words, the first message that Beth gave this year, watch last year's because it's better quality. It's the same message, and it will kind of get you reacquainted. I encourage you, if you're really serious about being a kickstart ahead of the pack branch, I would watch her message on receptionist. Bless you. I would watch her first prep message from last year once a month until it's time to open your office. You don't need to do it every week, and I would take as many of those calls as possible. I can tell you our best branch managers are really good at making receptionist calls, okay? So without further ado, I know she gives the energy. I guess the energy, she gives the energy. I also know don't get in her bad side, is that what I said? And I also know that her hair was like this when she woke up. Big round of applause, that's just me.
All right, so here's what I want to do actually. This is awesome, by the way. I mean, you guys, obviously what Tori was saying about how we're constantly driving receptionist program, it really is important. I mean, I don't know how to make that any clearer. I think I've had to see a lot of my managers go through the process of not learning it, to make the mistakes, to realize, man, what she said was right, or what Jeff said was right. So every year I say the same thing, which is take advantage of us telling you, listen, this is that important for your business. But I do agree with Jeff. I don't want to know that it's just important. The way that when yeah, of course, you remember, yeah, receptionists are important, but I want to know that it's important by telling me like how the recruiting program works. I want you to be able to tell me the standards that we shoot for. So as far as last prep, which was the end of September, I believe, what are the things that you guys took away from our last prep? So I covered essentially 5 major points during the prep, one of them being the recruiting funnel. So actually, let's go through that really quickly. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait to do that till the end. What are some things that you guys took away from the last prep? Okay, why are receptionists important? Any notes that you guys have obviously are important as well if you have them.
Receptionists singly determine the success of your branch office, because you can be the best trainers, you can run the best interview anyone's ever seen, the best recruiter. But if you don't have people in front of you, if no one's coming through your door,
right,
you have no.
Right, we're recruiting business.
Is what I was looking for. Single-handedly determines the success of your brand.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get anyone in the door without receptionists first. So, Christina.
They come in contact with everyone that could potentially work with you.
Right.
By the time you do the interview and training, it's only a fraction of the people that actually call into the office or that you make get IAPs or whatever. So they have that's why they have such an impact. And I think people they're like, okay, I know they're important, but they don't understand why.
Right.
So from there, even if like a 1 or 2% difference, which if you guys continue, we'll go over that later on, maybe today.
Right.
It goes to hundreds of, depending how many, it can be hundreds of applications.
Oh, it can definitely be hundreds.
Yeah,
absolutely. As a
thousands.
branch, it can be hundreds. As a district, it can be thousands.
So thousands of dollars of CPO.
Right.
Out the door.
Yeah.
How many reps seeking and learning receptions, how many demos you do, the more demos you do, the better you are.
Right.
The more people you have on your team, the better you become, the better your team is, because you just learn from your mistakes with them.
Yeah, ultimately, the more people, guys, you want options in front of you to have the best of the best reps, right? Well, if a receptionist isn't getting a good show, or they aren't, it's funny, they aren't getting good, maybe they're getting a great show, but their schedule percentage is 50%. you know, half those people never even got scheduled to give the chance to be in front of you because of a small, you know, of a number that managers actually don't pay attention to that often. So Charles, what were you going to say?
I was gonna say, in order to have a good receptionist program as a branch manager, you need to be a good receptionist yourself.
Absolutely. Very,
So-
very good point. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you can't do it yourself, how are you going to teach others to do what is expected of you? And we're going to talk a little bit about that with PRs today. So, Alan?
I'll say the receptionist is the first impression made by kids, so if you listen, so you want to make sure you have the right receptionist.
Yes.
on your phone.
Yeah, it's think about who you want representing you. You know, if you have the opportunity to become a branch or a district, think about who you want answering those phones because it does matter. And we'll talk about that with hiring.
Sometimes the person that you think would be an amazing rep actually could be your best
Right.
receptionist, and you cannot give in to the temptation.
Don't be
to put it to
selfish.
sell- to put it to
Yeah.
sell because
Yeah.
that receptionist alone,
Mm.
if it sells, it could be your most amazing fast starter.
Right. Yeah,
But she alone could generate like 9 fast
right.
starters.
And it's very tempting, by the way, for anyone who's run an office. You guys know that if you have this amazing person walk the door, first thing you think is, yes, sales rep, because you guys are trained to think as sales reps and as far as the sales side of the business. But if you have no receptionist, it won't matter if you have one awesome sales rep. I mean, great, you can rep drive them, but they could also schedule hundreds of people during your summer. So we'll wrap up with you, Brian. Yeah.
Kind of bumping off what Charles said and stuff that Paul said before, speed of the leader, speed of the team, just being able to be the example, like he said, being able to be the best receptionist. You can train them if you don't know. Like, if, for example, if something's going wrong with the shows, if something's going wrong with efficiency, if you yourself don't know how to build a connection, how to have those conversations, you don't know what to work on with your receptionist, so you don't expect the efficiency to go up.
Yeah, and then you know what happens? The response is, oh, call Beth. Okay. The summer, I worked with 96 offices. Okay. That's a lot of offices. It's a lot. It's 4 divisions. As much as I would love you guys to have your receptionist call me, it's not going to happen. Okay. I have a lot of resources for you, but I'm not, you know, I'm one person. I'm lucky to have people like Lorena from our Miami office. Our senior VIP is here, as well as, you know, obviously Heather is here. You know, I have awesome VIPs in development that help me and support me. And we've got a Facebook page, and we've got this and that, and all those things. But at the end of the day, first of all, you know, I don't know if we said this last prep, like, you know, realistically, how great do you look when your receptionist asks you a question and you can't answer them?
No.
You don't look very organized, very, you know, put together. Like, to me, it's a question of leadership. You're right. So you know, you should never want to say, I don't know. And just so you know, there will be a time where you do say, I'm not sure. But ultimately, the best way to be a good manager and to produce a good receptionist program is obviously to be a good receptionist, which we've talked about. So, all right, so here's what I want to do. We did talk a little bit. It's not what you say, it's how you say it and things like that. I want to walk through the recruiting funnel with you one more time. No, this marker though. This markers suck. Okay. See if this works. All right, it works a little better. All right, so I'm just really focused. Remember, when I teach this to receptionists in training. Okay. Today, by the way, there's 4 major topics that we're going to talk about. I have 90 minutes. I really want to take a break because I feel like between the 4, because it's a lot of information. As I talked about this last time, I feel like you might be overwhelmed if we cover too much information. So we'll probably take like a quick 5-minute stretch break in between. But there's 4 major topics, and I was talking about it before. They're 4 random topics. They're not like, we're going to talk about keys. You guys can write these 4 down really quickly. We're going to talk about keys to any approach. That's pretty easy. Keys to any approach. Okay. We are going to talk about essentially tips to the PR program. You know, you guys, one advantage to teaching you guys is that a lot of you have done PR program, like called PRs before. So I'm really just going to give you some thoughts and tips on kind of mindset. And then as far as how to, not necessarily how to make the PR call, because that's something you guys have discussed, but just some tips on being efficient when making PR calls, because I know that's an area of opportunity. Especially, it's going to be very much directed to you guys, okay? But I also want to give you some thoughts on mindset, because, you know, you guys have been brought up to make PR calls, especially, you know, you saw it probably from the moment you started. Whereas if you're a branch or a district manager, you have to train receptionists who have no foundation in PRs. And so I'm going to talk about the mindset and the mentality of PR calling. We're going to talk about the IAP program briefly. And we're going to wrap up with handling objections, which we did talk about last prep, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. My hope potentially is to role play, depending on the situation. But those are the 4 major things we're going to talk about. Before we do that, though, let's just, these numbers should be things that, stand out to you. Now, Christina was touching on the fact that efficiency-wise, percentages can make a big difference whether you realize it or not, okay? And so I'm promoting certain percentages. By the way, part of, how many of you guys, I was asking, it was you, Charles, how many of you guys have a Vector Live? Raise your hands. A Vector Live account. Okay, as a reminder, if you do not have a Vector Live account, you need one. Number 2, what should you be doing along with having a Vector Live account, Charles?
Watching those videos.
Watching the videos, okay? You need to watch the videos. And there's a section on Vector Live titled Reports. And in the reports, by the way, you don't have to watch all the videos at once. You can watch a couple of them and stop, and watch a couple and stop. That's fine. But you need to watch these videos because they cover a lot of things about how to use the actual program. And again, it's something really simple. But what happens is, again, next summer, it's, oh, just call Beth and ask her. Well, not if it's in a video. You can watch it, right? So just take the time now, okay? But a part of Vector Live is something called reports. The reports section is where we find numbers, okay? When I started, I didn't have Vector Live. Everything was done on paper. It was horrible. It was inefficient and a waste of our time, Part of my job as receptionist manager was to write how many calls we took and how many were qualified. I don't have to do any of that now. Now we have Vector Live, and it's awesome, okay? I actually just came back from a really important meeting in Nashville with Dave Powders. He's one of my DVMs that I work with, along with Jay Kuhn, who's a recruiting specialist, a guy named Kevin Hanna, who will be working with front-end recruiting, and a guy named Jeff Kunkel. Jeff Kunkel is our director of sales support. You guys may have heard of maybe John Kane. These are all national support positions. And one of the things that actually the point of the meeting was to talk all about front-end efficiency, which is receptionists. And we dove into numbers, and we happened to talk about Nashville and the TKO division because that's where they were meeting. That's who they were meeting with, right? But it's really incredible to see the percentages, just small percentages that make a significant difference in how many people are actually standing in front of you. For example, this is embarrassing almost for me because this is one of my offices. But we found that in one of our offices in TKO this summer, okay, well, first of all, we noticed that their mailer show had gone from mid-40s, high 40s to low 30s, their mailer show. So mailers are a form of a touch. And they literally went from the mid to high 40s all the way down to the 30s for their mailers. Mailers are 50 cents a letter. So they were losing out on 10 to 15% of those mailers, even just showing to the interview, which is significant considering how much money the manager had spent. Okay. Number 2, and by the way, we also noticed that the SDE had gone down. So they had set the summer before 41% of the mailers were set same day. This past year, 31% were set same day. And because of that 10% decrease, we saw a major decrease in show as well. Another one was that the receptionists were qualifying. They actually, I think she took about 250 IAPs, and only about half of those people were qualified. So she was qualifying them out for whatever reason. And because she was doing that, they never even got scheduled, okay? And they were all mailers, okay? And that's significant. And report section on Vector Live is something I encourage you guys to learn how to use. I'm not going to Olean this year. The first year I'm not going, so I won't be giving you guys this talk. Normally I give this talk in Olean, okay? But one of the things we'll talk about probably in January is Vector Live reports. If I could give you a tip, it's to start looking in the report section now and getting used to it and learning how to read it. Because it will make your life a lot easier, because ultimately, if you don't know what your receptionist numbers are, you're not going to be able to dive in. There are many managers at some point where I said, hey, did you know your receptionists were at a 60% scheduled for the day? And they have no idea. Okay, so either way, let's go into the recruiting funnel. Obviously, we've got forms of advertising, which we've talked about. There are 5 of them. That's terrible arrows, but whatever. And we have all these touches coming in. The receptionist's job is to do what? Schedule them. So incoming, the standard for scheduled percentage is what? 90%. Okay. So I'm telling you, some receptionists were scheduling 60%, not 90%. That's huge. 30% is massive. Okay. That's 3 out of 10 out of 100 people. That's say out of 100 people, they schedule 60 versus 90. Okay. That's a loss of what, 30 people that they didn't even schedule. They haven't even shown to the interview yet. They don't even schedule them. All because the applicants are saying, oh, well, I'm busy. Can I call you back? or we'll call them back, or oh, I'm not really interested, or I don't really like they don't have a full understanding of the job, so they don't schedule an interview, and we lose them as an applicant. We don't even get the chance to set them to see if they're going to show. Okay, so scheduled percentage 90%. Their show minimum for incoming is what? 55. Okay, and one of the talks that I do in the end of this year, beginning of whatever next semester, is Vector Live troubleshooting. So we'll talk about what affects these two numbers. So for example, just to give you an example, a reason we may not schedule is because, like I said, a receptionist doesn't follow the approach. They give too much information. That person either decides they're not interested because the receptionist is trying to give mixed parts of the approach, which we talked about. Like when you talk to an applicant, you should be giving the appropriate amount of information. And if the receptionist is going off trying to tell them about how cool our knives are on the phone, that person may not schedule an interview because it creates more questions. So they don't schedule an interview. That's what brings down that. And that's on the receptionist, not on the applicant. Why wouldn't someone show to an interview? Yes.
Confused?
They could have a lot of questions. Maybe the applicant didn't handle questions correctly. Directions. Oh, to steal a bunch of them. Yeah. Misinformation. Things like that. Yeah. I mean, these are all directions are huge, by the way. Whatever the case is, these are things that affect the show. Okay. Again, people aren't even in front of you yet. All right. Recruiting is a filtering process. All right. And you have to understand that, like, your job is to get those touches, but your receptionist's job is to schedule and to influence them to show things like how they represent you on the phone. Are they giving a good impression? Are they following the basics? Are they following the program? All of these things affect whether someone is sitting in front of you or not, to even decide if you want to make them, bring them in for an interview, decide if you want to bring them onto your team. Okay. And a lot of times, like when I look at ad stats, which is a report on Vector Live, it actually breaks it down into front end and back end. Back end is like managers. And a lot of time managers are like, I don't understand, I don't have anyone sitting in front of me in training. And so we'll look at the reports and we'll look back and say, hey, did you notice that for the mailer show, you had a 30% mailer show? But sometimes it's skewed because they'll only look at the overall show for an interview, for example, right? And so they will not realize that their mailer show is off. And we look at, is it receptionist, is it manager, is it a combination of both? But I'm not gonna worry about numbers right now because it's a little overwhelming, okay? So 90% scheduled, 55% show. Let's talk about PR standards really quickly. How many calls roughly per hour should we be making? 20 to 30 calls per hour. How many should we be setting? 2 to 3. All right. These are the standards of recording of the show for PRs. 35 minimum is our show. Okay. So SDE stands for what, by the way?
Same day efficiency.
Same day efficiency. This actually, it's a good point actually that you bring this up. I didn't really mention this. Same day efficiency means we set people same day for interview. Okay. You guys, we covered that last time. It increases the chances of someone showing. On a day when we have late night interviews, so anytime after like 6 o'clock, right? Roughly half of those people should be set same day. So 50% SDE on the days with late night interviews. Does anyone know that, like, the weekly average that we're shooting for? 30%. 30% for the cycle. By the way, the cycles for receptionists are Friday through Thursday. That's why our newsletter comes out on Fridays, okay? So on average, and this does not include PRs, by the way, okay? So roughly half those people should be set same day if we have an interview after, like, say, after 6 or after. On average, we're shooting for 30. At this point, though, a lot of offices are choosing to do late night interviews, even on Wednesdays. Like in my office, like this week, for example, we're doing a 6:30 interview because why are we doing that? Why are we increasing the amount of late night interviews we have? Yes, Alan.
More possibility to schedule someone same day.
More opportunity for us to set someone same day, knowing that the sooner someone comes in, the sooner we set them, the higher chance we have of them showing. Guys, this is really important because as managers, if you, for example, look at your shows and sometimes we'll have an office that's got like a 10% SDE and they're wondering, and they'll always see their same day show is, 60, 70%, but their incoming show is, or their overall show is 20, 30, 40%. And if they literally just took that from 10 to 30, they would see a jump in their numbers, okay? This isn't happening right now, so I don't want to make a big deal of it, but right now we have something called the 5 steps to scheduling, which is how we schedule applicants. My VIPs know this, that In the next couple of weeks, we actually might test out a different way to schedule. But either way, it still promotes same-day efficiency. Okay? And the point is, again, that on average, we should be sending about half those people same day. With PRs, it's slightly different. I'm going to talk about that. Okay? Any questions about this? All right, so I gave you guys a bunch of random documents. I didn't actually give you a document like with my notes and things like that. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to go through them really quickly. I gave you a couple different documents that should be either printed or you guys have it in your files. Number one would be, this is actually something called the PR Web. It was actually created by Lorena. And this is a really cool document that she put together when she was running a conference call on something like you can kind of hang it up in your receptionist room. And it basically shows like the major areas that we need to focus on when it comes to improving our PR show. We'll cover that, okay? You guys will get something, IAP efficiency, which we're gonna cover in a second, okay? And then you're gonna get, I put it as a package, handling questions properly like workshop. Okay, it's 2 pages. This is what I'm gonna review, all right? And then also, this is really important for you. There's actually 2 other documents. There's something called objections that are not in Vector Live. This is something that I use now. When people ask questions, it's important that we're giving the right amount of the right information, okay? And so I print it out, like these are the answers that I teach my receptionists to use, okay? Anytime you are on the phones, anytime you are making or taking calls, you need to have, especially with PRs, you should have an objection sheet in front of you. Okay. In addition to objections that are not in, the reason it says objections not in Vector Live is I think I mentioned this in the last prep. The objections in Vector Live now. Okay. On the right hand side of Vector Live, there's like if someone asks a question, you can click on it, you can read it. Okay. I like these better. They're just less wording. Okay. So I happen to use these. All right. You can use what's on Vector Live. I just think these are a little bit cleaner. So I gave you a copy of them. Best tip I can give you is when you start to make calls or take calls, have this document in front of you. The other document is PR specific objections. Okay, there are certain objections that we might get when we call PRs, and I'll talk about this. But quick, have anyone ever done this? Everyone ever gotten this response? Any of these responses when you called PRs? I already have another job.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody already called me.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Can I talk to the rep and call you back? Okay. There are 2 pages here of PR specific objections that you will probably get at some point, and this is what we should be answering them as. The top 4 are actually recommendations for my top VIPs, so you guys have this document as well. All right, we're gonna talk about this at the end of the after we take a break and things like that. We're talking about handling objections, but I want you to know what documents you're being given. Okay, so first one is actually pretty easy. The first part of my message is on keys to any approach. Okay, and this is really easy, and I actually wanted to know if either of you guys had any additional thoughts on this, but I want to talk about the biggest things that you need to think about when you're on the phone. Some are things that we discussed before, okay? And let's see if you guys can guess. As far as doing any approach that you have, what are things that you know will increase the efficiency and the overall flow of the call, Margarita?
Being very clear and precise.
That's absolutely true. Number 1 was communication. How are you communicating? Okay, which we talked about. I love listening. No offense. I love sometimes going to offices and listening to you guys on the phone. Okay. If any of you guys ever were concerned about improving yourself on the phone when it comes to like phone jamming and making calls, has anyone ever been concerned about that as far as like when you're making calls to customers? It's like, all right, well, this is going to be tough for me, whether it's I talk too fast or, you know, Stephen LeMay, I remember this summer, he said he got on the phone and I listened to him and his voice was like 5 octaves higher or something like that. You need to be really aware of how you sound, okay? It's even more important when it comes to making calls or taking calls, especially when you're making calls. Why is it important to sound when you make calls to PRs? Yes, Brian.
Because it could be like overwhelming if they answer and they're like, oh, you know, they're like, hey, and you're like, hey, how are you? It's like that, they kind of throws them off.
Okay, that's a possibility. Yes, Christina.
Well, I mean, if people are, like, if it's an incoming call, then it's completely different because they're looking for work. They're
Right.
obviously already interested. If it's a PR, it's like completely random.
Right. They don't know you're calling.
Yeah.
So let me give you an example. If you call them and you're like, you know, hey, is this Franco? Hey, Franco, this is Beth calling with Vector. I was calling about this opportunity. Your friends just started with us and talk really quickly. They're going to hang up on you. They don't know who you are. They don't know why you're calling. They're going to expect that you are, yes, it's very true also, but they're going to expect you potentially a telemarketer. Okay. So one of the biggest tips that we give when it comes to PR calling, but in general on the phone, is speed. Okay. These are our reminders. Okay. Clarity, voice inflection, diction, how you sound matters. I do tend to talk very loud. That's probably true. I think it comes from years of doing the job that I do. Okay, but over the phone, I don't actually talk like this. I have a receptionist voice too. I really do. But when you are on the phone, are you aware of it? And by the way, the best way to really, you can't hear yourself, just so you know. Like has anyone ever heard themselves recorded? And it's like you think you sound so weird.
Yeah.
I hate how I sound, honestly. Like I only like to watch myself on YouTube and stuff like that. So I don't really like how I sound. But you have to understand your phone voice is a lot different. Your personality has to come out over the phone. Okay? Your personality has to come out over the phone. So speed, being aware of how quickly you're speaking. That's really important again for PRs because I think a lot of times I'll walk into an office and I think I may have mentioned this before. Like I'll walk in and I'll notice there's a lot of things going on. It's very high energy, and so they bring that to their phone call. And the person is very quick to speak. They're not speaking very clearly. It's very loud around them. But imagine yourself on the other line. Maybe they're at home watching TV, or if it's quiet, or they're making dinner. You have to be able to, on some level, match the person you're speaking with. So you can't be a level 10 energy and they be at like a 3 or 4 or 5. You actually have to match yourself. One of the things I do actually teach my receptionists to be very chameleon-like and to read your applicants. That will never happen if you can't actually hear them. All right? Because they, on some level, whether they're calling us or we're calling them, they want to be able to relate to us. Like they, realistically, if they think, hey, this person sounds really nice, sounds like someone I would get along with, whatever the case is, that is more appealing to them and increases the chances of them showing. Okay, so speed, voice inflection, clarity, volume, these are all things that we talked about. So number one, when it comes to keys to approach, is communication. Number 2, smile. Callers can actually hear it. I mean, I know that almost sounds cheesy, but it actually is true. It does make a difference. My VIPs would tell you any day, like for me, so, when I look at a receptionist and I see their numbers, for example, are inconsistent, it's not always just about what they're doing on the phone. They may sound okay, like they might be doing the technical stuff right, but maybe they had a really bad fight with their boyfriends. Believe it or not, it makes a difference. Your attitude. So actually, another point or key to any approach is attitude is everything. Okay, so it's not just. And by the way, I have a lot of energy. This is my personality. That just happens to be how I am. But that's not you. Remember, we talked about this last time. You don't have to fake it. Okay, you do want to bring a certain level of energy, keep yourself motivated and make sure you're aware of your attitude. Good, bad, nonchalant, it all makes a difference in the impression that you're creating on them. Okay? Always consider the impression you're making, right? I wrote down here, cool, calm, collected, and confident. To me, that's important. Cool, calm, collected. Confidence is huge, guys. Okay? How many of you, I think I asked this last time, how many of you guys, well, you guys, I think I hate to say this, but has anyone not taken incoming calls or called IAPs yet? Okay, so there's a couple of you. All right. So, realistically, when you first start to make those calls and take those, make those calls or take those calls, you're going to be a little bit, not necessarily nervous, but you're definitely not going to be as confident a week into taking calls or making calls. The way to become confident is to get on the phone and practice. Okay? But confidence is really huge because, this person, I believe they're reading you, whether you realize it or not. They really are trying to read you. That's why rapport is so important, because you can connect with them and they get a better feeling for you and connecting to you. Okay? And then, of course, keys to any approach, the 5 basics, which we talked about. Okay, so actually, let's see if you guys can remember this. What are the 5 basics? We talked about it last prep. What are the 5 basics? You don't have to list all of them, but just list one of them.
Make a connection.
Building rapport. Yep.
Follow the approach.
Follow the approach. Alan? Urgency.
Handling questions.
Handling questions, which we're going to talk about in the last one. It's at the end. Let's see if someone who didn't already, you said it, Firma.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just repeat it. Guys, the thing is, you need to know the 5 basics, okay? Because these are almost always the areas that we are troubleshooting. Almost always. Okay? In fact, I'm sure some of these receptionists in here, also receptionists and managers, are like sick of me saying this. They're like, I know, right? Following the approach, building rapport, handling questions, urgency, and firm up. Okay, and we're going to talk about. We actually already talked about those, so I'm not too worried about it. And like I said, I have a video of me covering the 5 basics. It's about a little over an hour long. You guys should just watch the video. In fact, I think I sent it to Jeff. If I haven't, I'll make sure you guys get it. All right. One of the things that I do as we prepare for our branches and districts to go out in the summer is I have a Google Docs link that has every document, probably that I'm giving to you, just so you know. But also, I have an email with all the tons of videos as well that you guys can actually utilize and watch. And I send it to you probably mid-March, so you have time to look at it before you actually open an office. Okay, so those are some thoughts on keys to any approach. I'm going to go into PRs because it's, I'm not covering tons and tons of details on the PR program. And I was thinking about this morning as I was coming into the office. You guys are always going to have a different viewpoint on PRs than a brand new receptionist. I think part of what I want to talk about today is what is the mindset in general of calling PRs. You guys, you were sales reps, you saw them call your PRs. You yourself, if you became an intern or on key staff or whatever your position may be, just being accepted to AGL, you automatically had to learn the PR program. I think you guys come with a certain level of confidence that brand new receptionists don't have. Okay, you guys have experience making calls to customers, going on demos. Like, these are things that increase your confidence naturally. You yourself may be a PR, right? So that really helps in your belief in the PR program. In fact, if I had to say one of the tips that one of the things I think is really important for creating a strong PR program is to make sure that there's a belief for that program. Okay? You better believe that people in Miami believe in the PR program. It's one of the reasons they're so strong in their success with the program. Okay? And I mean, there's the extremes of where I'll walk in, and I know that like Yasmin in Miami, she loves PRs way more than incoming. Okay? Ideally, we're not creating just that, but there's a belief in the PR program. You guys have seen it work. Again, you may have recommended people. You may have been a PR. So there's that natural confidence. New receptionists don't have that. They're a blank canvas. They really are a blank canvas. So here's a couple thoughts that I put into my training and some things that I also want you guys to be aware of when it comes to mastering the PR program, because I actually highlighted a couple that I thought were really important for you guys, because I feel like although you have no problems getting on the phone and making the calls, there are things that you can do to increase your efficiency. For example, Lorena and I were talking, and how many of you guys have made PR calls and then made sure to see what your show percentage was like the next day? Okay, you should do that, by the way. If you've made PR calls, but you don't know what your show to the interview is, you should know. Because some of you, I feel like some of you might be, anyone like shocked at their show, or maybe sad at their show, or disappointed at their show. Well, you were happy? It goes up and down. Okay. My point is that if you don't know what your show was, you should. So, by the way, if you set people for training, I know you're going on the training log and seeing what hey, did so-and-so show? If you're not in the office, you want to know if they showed to the training. By the way, receptionists are the same way. They get excited when they get on the phone and they make or take those calls. They get excited when I say, hey, Lorena rocked my newsletter this week. Okay. And she was #1 in most of my categories. And I know after 2 years, you're still pretty excited about that. Yeah, of course. Okay. I mean, why wouldn't she be? So I wanted to give some thoughts on the mindset again and mentality of PR calling, because again, these are things you'll incorporate into your training if you are training receptionists, but that you should understand as well. Okay. So for PRs, I guess the #1 thing I wrote down here was PR calling is essentially presenting an option for work. That's what it is. It's presenting an option for work. We're checking us out for it's not, is it them signing their life away the second they say, yes, I'll come in for an interview? No, but it is an opportunity to present someone with the option for work. Okay. I wrote down here confidence and expectation, are really important when it comes to calling someone out of the blue. Now, Rep Driven has made things you obviously will still call some people that are out of the blue with Rep Driven. I'm mainly talking traditional PR calling. Okay, traditional PR calling, I'm assuming you guys are familiar. Traditional PR calling is basically where we take lists, we take recommendations that don't know that may not necessarily be expecting a call, and we call them, okay? But confidence and expectation are things that we really need when it comes to calling someone out of the blue. Do you guys have access? I don't know if a lot of you guys have access to this, but on Vector Connect, Justin Donald spoke at SLC this past, did you watch the thing? Okay, if you can get access to the video, you should absolutely do this. Justin Donald is a district division, DVM, I think, in the St. Louis area. And he gave a talk on receptionist mastery, basically. This past SLC, it is a badass talk, okay? I went crazy. I watched it, and then I was taking tons of notes, and then I sent it to all of my managers. I said, you guys need to, they had already seen it. I was like, watch it again. Here are my notes, watch it again. If you guys can get access to that video, please watch it. Ask your managers to get on their Vector Connect. It's on the media library, but I don't know what type of things you guys have access to, okay? The reason I'm bringing this up is because he was talking about the people that you hire and how at this point in time, guys, this position, it's an outgoing position. It really is. It's an outgoing position. We're playing with the titles as far as receptionist or recruiting assistant or whatever, but we say receptionist just because it's easier, but it's an outgoing position. Obviously, a big part of that is PRs, okay? And I think it's really important to remember that the people answering your phones or making calls need to be confident. And so one of the things he was talking about that I just so very much agree with, because I've seen it work in my office, is the people that you hire, their experience is really important. You know, so he was talking about like hiring like telemarketers, right? I know we're not talking about hiring receptionists, but like if you guys have ever had experience in these areas, you know, or he talked about like hiring people who are telemarketers or people that have worked at law offices or people that have a backbone, basically, and how that's a crucial component of a good receptionist. Having someone who has experience really helps a lot, okay? And it makes me really just, it reemphasizes the fact that confidence is important when making those calls, all right? So the mindset is, when I talk to receptionists, is yes, it's an unexpected call, okay? And the goal is really just to present someone with an option, because you never know. All right, I actually do something called the apple pie analogy, okay? So the example that I give, some of you guys probably have heard this before. So the example that, did I talk about this at the first, no, I don't think I did. The first prep, or no, not the training, but the first management prep. Anyone ever heard of the apple pie analogy? I'm gonna tell it to you again. Okay, all right. So the apple, do you know what it is? Is that what you're raising your hands? Oh, that's okay. All right. So the apple pie analogy is the idea that if I go to McDonald's and I go through the drive-thru, right, and I order whatever I order, have you guys ever noticed, most places do this, I'm just using McDonald's as an example, they might say, okay, did you want to add on 2 apple pies for $1?
Yeah.
Okay, anyone knows that?
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
Upsell.
Upsell me, right? Now, there's a 50-50 chance that based on him offering it, I might say yes and I might say no, right? But if he never offers it to me, then I'm more likely to say no, or I'm more likely not to order apple pies. It's the same idea with PRs, right? And what you have to understand, and how I teach a receptionist, is this: just because some people might say no doesn't mean some won't say yes. Some might say yes and some might say no. And what's really important to remember is that just because they say no doesn't mean it's like, I don't like you because you said no to me. It's not a personal thing. And this is something I teach receptionists. And I make a joke, and I'm like, you know, if I go to McDonald's and they say that to me, I'm like, no, how dare you offer me 2 apple pies for $1? Like, I'm not gonna respond like that. Is he gonna go home and cry because I said no to 2 apple pies for $1? No, he's going to go home, or he's going to keep working his shift and like nothing ever happened. And it's kind of the same idea that I teach with receptionists. It's like, for me, if I'm making a PR call, all I know is that I'm presenting that person an option for work. And some might say no, and that's okay. And it's nothing personal. If they happen to say no, it's more about they're just not interested potentially in the opportunity. But some might say yes. And those are the people that we're looking to talk to, okay? The receptionist job, or when you are calling PRs, here's one thing I do want you guys to understand. Kind of goes along with following the approach. So sometimes when we make PR calls, receptionists or people calling PRs will make it especially very early on in the approach. Now, it depends on the approach you're using. Lorena, the Miami approach, which there's basically 2 approaches that most people use. There's a different approach in Miami. What is the transitional phrase that you guys use to basically offer the idea of giving more information? Like, because we say, so is that something you're interested in hearing more about? You don't have that. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were asking what was it.
Yeah, you guys don't have something like that. Okay. That phrase is saying, great, I want to tell you a little bit more about it. Okay. My point is this: you always want to give them the information because realistically, they can't make a decision in 10 to 15 seconds of us talking to them, right? Hey, your friend recommended you for a job, blah, 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 extra income. And then they're like, no. I mean, they could potentially say no, but understand that, like, ideally, we give them information first so they can make a more educated decision. I think someone's saying, well, how do they know that at the end of the call I won't offer them $1,000? I have to get to that point first. You know what I mean? This is important for you to know because receptionists will do this. I don't know if anyone ever heard receptionists do this on the phone, where like basically they'll say, so I want to give you more information about it. Your friend recommended you. Are you interested? Which we never want to say, right? Are you into? Can I tell you about it? Were you looking for a job? These are all like big fat no-nos, okay? Because these are things that, by the way, that like kills any confidence that you had. Right? And the reason, I guess you guys probably won't do that as much, but I want you to be aware of it because sometimes receptionists do it. Any of you guys check? I see you two run. Anyone else run offices? I'm not like, oh, obviously Christina. Do you guys ever see your receptionist do anything like this where it's like, so are you interested? So did you want to come in for an interview like within 10 to 15 seconds? I know I've had receptionists do that.
I had to like stop them mid-sentence and like tell them to hold on real quick.
Right.
Like never say that ever again.
Because it's very unconfident. Okay, and receptionists will do that because they think they're trying to like right within 10 to 15 seconds make up this person's mind, and that's not actually the point. Point of PR calling is, hey, I'm just giving you a call to tell you a little bit more about it, give you some information, see if it's a good fit for you. Okay, so let me go ahead and tell you a little bit more about it. Go into the approach, but confidence is super important. Now that I'm thinking about it, they may not necessarily apply specifically to you guys because you guys are, there's just a different type of level of confidence, but something to be aware of. Okay. So a couple things that I really feel apply to you when it comes to PRs, okay? Motivation is really important. How many of you guys have called PRs before? Raise your hands. Okay. I believe that a lot of you guys, the structure is set up so that you're supposed to set like a certain amount of PRs like a week. Miami, it's 6. Do we have like a standard here in our office where you have to set a certain amount each week? Or we just kind of like call PRs? Okay. Every office is slightly different, okay? My point is this. When a receptionist is expected to make PR calls, her shift or his shift is 8 hours, okay? And it requires, with a 30-minute break, a 30-minute kickoff, okay? I genuinely wonder how many of you guys could sit there for, let's say, 7 hours and make calls. Anyone think that they could do it no problems? No. What do you think tends to happen in that 7 hours of calling?
You're like bored. You're just like, all right.
Bored? Yep. By the way, that comes out over the phone.
They lose the energy. Yeah, like it's not
Yep.
the same as when they just got there.
Yep. Yeah. Procrastination. Okay. Yes. ADHD. Distracted. Yeah.
Their confidence could have been killed in like one of the earlier calls.
That's a good one. Their confidence gets killed, so then it's almost like they project their assumptions onto every other call. Oh, this person said no and they hate me, and so everyone else is going to say that on the call, and it's like the list goes to shit basically because they assume that. Okay. Yeah.
Loss of energy.
Loss of energy. Here's the thing. You guys.
Mental fatigue.
Mental fatigue. Yeah, mental, physical, whatever it is. Do you guys know you're actually more susceptible to that? Because if you're doing this as experience, right? You guys tend to be less focused. You guys, this is one of the biggest challenges that I've noticed with managers calling PRs. I want you guys to challenge yourselves to think like a receptionist. I had a revelation about this a couple weeks ago with my TKO division because the managers were being used as like a replacement for receptionists in some offices, and yet they were not being productive. And I had a conversation with a couple of my managers, and they were like, yeah, just, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You guys, when you're on the phone, I want to really challenge you again to think like a receptionist, an employee, someone, even if you may not be getting paid like that, because understand that, number one, that gives you better experience, okay? Number two, it allows you to be more productive and more efficient. Also, number three, it's going to give you an understanding of when the receptionists get on the phone. Because if you can't sit there for 7 hours and make calls, how can you expect them to? All right. So I wrote down here motivation. So motivation, what keeps you motivated when you're on the phone? This is something I talk to my VIPs about. For receptionists who've been taking calls for years and years, they're actually more apt to be less motivated, right? So I tell them identify the things that keep you motivated, okay? And I would say the same thing for you. What is something that you think would keep you motivated on the phone?
As far as like making the PR
calls, yeah.
Understanding, like truly understanding and believing that you are providing the opportunity for the best college experience work experience possible out there, like the most unique opportunity, and just understanding that you're the person that's out there representing and giving that opportunity.
Right, which by the way, you guys will tend to have a higher credibility because you do the job itself. Isa?
I find that managing receptions is quite like managing reps in program. You manage and you see like, oh, what's going on? Like, oh, you have this, switch your list out. Give her, I do like, Michelle, I give her like little like smiling faces saying, awesome job.
Right.
So little things like
Things that keep them on their toes. But again, I'm almost saying this, you guys pretend you're the receptionist and tell me what keeps you motivated to make calls for 7 hours. We're gonna say something else.
Incentives.
Incentives,
Yeah.
okay. By the way, the reason I'm saying this to you is because anything that works for you might also work for your receptionist. Yeah, Daria.
Something I had my receptionist do, and I really like it, is every time they book a PR, whether I'm running training or whatever, at a really small office, I'd have them ring the bell.
Yep.
And you
I like
could
that.
hear it, like, clearly, like, it's literally, like, the reception room is right there. So
Right.
you could clearly hear it, and I was like, good job, like, through the walls.
Right.
And just, like, laughing.
You hold them accountable, which I really like too. If you don't hear the bell for a while, it's like, hey guys, what's going on, right? That's really, really important. Anything else that specifically might, for me, you know, for my receptionist, you mentioned incentives. For my old receptionist manager, she's now at DRM in Virginia. She loved contests. So I would just do random contests for her. Now, this is not like a spend tons of money, go crazy type thing, but motivation is a key factor in keeping a receptionist focused and productive. That's huge for PR calling. You want them to be productive. You want them to focus not on the 10 things around you, right, or around them, but on the phone, with the person you're speaking with. Were you going to say something?
It's like competition, like I don't know. I
That's
have
great.
10 through like one saying, and then I would circle like, okay, I got 5 now. And then
Right.
Claudia would come up like, oh, I have 6. Like,
Right.
I can't take
Motivation is huge. You guys would respond to that probably better than anyone. Okay, pair up and be competitive with each other. That would really make a significant difference. But this is a big part of the PR calling because they need to stay motivated for a long period of time, not 1 hour. Okay, like it's so for you guys, I really challenge you to get on the phones and make calls. See, I genuinely wonder how many of you guys would sit there and make calls for 7 hours straight. 20, 30 calls an hour, because it really does make a difference. I think you can do it. I know if I challenge you, you probably could do it, but that really is going to give you a better understanding of what's happening. And motivation is a key factor of that during that time. Okay, yeah.
Also, like just keeping like a very good environment. I remember during the summer,
Right.
we had this sort of like, oh, I have that list. You have to do a burpee.
Oh yeah, that was great. Handling. Okay, so here's another good thing. As far as the PR calling environment, and actually I wrote this down here. As far as what the definition of a good PR culture is. Oh, did you? Yeah. Handling any challenges right away. Okay. Oh, this is a good one for you guys. When you guys call PRs, don't bitch. Okay. Because especially if you're doing it around receptionists, they will hear that and they will say that. Oh, well, Margarita said they have a bad list. Oh, me too. Right? Ever notice that? Like one person says it and then it kind of like, it's almost like, by the way, if you fall for that the first time, they'll always use it. They'll always use it as an excuse. As a manager, this is a pain in the butt for me. And I even said at the beginning of summer, I don't want to hear it. There's no such thing as a bad list. If you can schedule someone on that list, it's a good list. You don't know. It could be the next Jeff Gamboa or Kathy Vasquez. You don't know. No such thing. So handling objections is a really important part of the PR program. Handling objections right away, right? Handling it confidently. All right. And also for you guys, not creating objections when you are making calls or whatever. By the way, you need to be very aware because receptionists are looking at you. You know what I mean? When you make and take calls. Okay. So I wrote down here, a good PR culture equals the 3 following things. A good PR culture equals environment. Good PR culture equals environment, energy, and effort. That really is what equals a good PR culture. Being excited, sharing stories with your receptionists. If you guys become managers or branches or districts, sharing the success of the PR program really makes a big difference. But environment, energy, and effort are 3 big keys of a good PR culture. Okay. I do want to remind you that with PRs, the 5 basics still apply. The 5 basics tend to not necessarily go down the drain when you're calling PRs, but managers tend to go very quick. People in general. Because we're calling them, the tendency is to go very quickly, right? And speak fast and maybe miss certain things here and there. But you understand, you want them to have a good, because the thing is, and this is what I say, I'd rather you set 5 people and 3 show, right? 5 people, or say 8 people and 3 show, than 10 people and only 2 show. For me, that's how I look at it, because you can, and now setting 2 to 3 PRs an hour is obviously, it's doable, like no questions. I don't think it's a problem as long as you're staying focused and you're making the calls. But with, I don't just focus on the set. I want to focus on the show too. And this is something that Justin talked about at the SLC. At SLC was, he talked about the fact that when they do contests, they don't reward based on set. They reward based on show, which I think is a great tip. Right? But you actually want them to show. It's not, it's like, oh, I set my 6 PRs, I'm good to go. Well, what if none of them showed? And really, I mean, that's great that you set them, but none of them showed. You want them to actually show. So remember, the 5 basics still apply. For example, rapport obviously is important. That's easy. Rapport is easy with when it comes to PRs, because you're just, who are you connecting with them about?
They're
Friends. It's easy. Hey, Brian, how do you know Tovar? We can talk 10 minutes about that. Not really, but you know what I mean? Like, you can, it's easy connection, okay? Firm up is really important. It's really, really crucial with PRs. So every office does things slightly differently. How many of you guys do a text to give them the information after you set the PR? So do you guys give it to them on the phone, or how do they get the information?
Yeah, it depends.
So just so you know, that's actually, this is a good point. Just so you guys know, the text is not directions and all of that stuff. It's just a reminder 2 hours before their interview. So actually, no. And actually, Laura and I were talking about this. A common mistake for a lot of our management candidates is that they're making PR calls and they're saying, yeah, we'll get this stuff to you, and they forget. I love you, Ricky. Sorry, don't take this the wrong way. I don't think it was Ricky specifically, but like this summer, I would come into the office and we'd see like random PRs that had been set up for interviews, but they never got put into Vector Live. So the person was set, but either didn't get the information, the manager forgot to text them, or they forgot to put them into Vector Live, so they didn't get an email and they didn't get a text. And they didn't show. So firm up is a really important part of PR calling. We're going to take a 5-minute break in a couple minutes, okay? Okay. All right, so firm up is important. Like, it's great to have a great conversation with someone, but if you rush the end and you don't give them any directions, or if you don't, whatever your program is, like my receptionists have Google Voice, so we text them, but we text them like a default text with some easy directions. Make sure you actually enter them into Vector Live. You have to do that at the end of your shift. You can't just set them and never put them into Vector Live. So they can get an email. So that anyone ever run an interview and you go to resolve it and the person's nowhere to be found?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why. So make sure, okay? So they get all the information that we're telling them they're gonna get, by the way, okay? How we end the call is obviously important. A big challenge with PRs is, when it comes to like the 5 basics, is that they really rush through the phone call, especially the end, okay? And that's what makes the difference. The last thing I would say about 5 basics is urgency. So with PRs, we tend to set more PRs in advance versus same day. I will tell you this though, PRs can be set same day, okay? There's no reason why they can't be. We explain to them, hey, you receive priority in scheduling. That's actually my golden phrase. It's one of my favorites, is, hey, Dario, you actually received priority in scheduling because you became recommended by Alan. So I really want to help you out and get you in here as soon as possible. That's a great phrase to use for PRs, but with PRs, especially receptionists will do this. I think you guys probably are guilty at some point or another of this, is that with PRs, they have to be more urgent. We have to be more urgent, especially if we set from Sunday to Monday, because we see a significant decrease in our show the more in advance we set them, especially with PRs because they're out of the blue calls, okay? So urgency, to me, it's even more urgent if you have to set them from Sunday to Monday, if like in your office you don't have a Sunday interview, okay? ABCs obviously is important. We talked about that last prep. When it comes to PRs, what does ABC stand for? Always be calling. Again, biggest challenge I've noticed is assistants take calls. I think it's awesome that you guys are getting on the phone and making and taking these calls, but the biggest challenge is we're noticing managers getting distracted. Okay, we're noticing AGL or management candidates getting very distracted. They're making a couple calls, then they're checking their Facebook. And by the way, if we don't allow receptionists to do this, we don't want you to do this either. Again, it's all the point of making yourself think like a receptionist. Setting your goals. How many? Okay, I'm going to spend the next 3 hours on the phone, which means that I should be setting a minimum of 6 PRs in those 3 hours. It means I need to make a minimum of 60 phone calls. Track it. We have a daily tracker sheet for receptionists. They mark off every call that they make. Okay, think like a receptionist. What happens? This is what happens. Random reps come in. They have questions. The manager or the person stops to help the random rep, or they do PDI, or they check their phone, or they check Facebook. We don't necessarily want a receptionist doing that. If you really want to test your skills as a receptionist, think like a receptionist and get on the phone, and don't be distracted by all of these things. And by the way, distractions also kill the quality of your phone calls. you're talking to your friend over here while you're on the phone making PR calls, that's going to affect the quality of it. You're not going to build as much rapport. You're going to forget certain things at the end. Those all, by the way, those are all things that affect the show. Okay. And then as far as the procedures, you guys for the most part should know this. We double tap our PRs. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. How many of you know what double tap is? Okay, so most of you do. Just in case you don't, double tap is where we call someone. If they don't answer, we hang up. We call them right back because sometimes people won't answer the phone because they don't recognize the number. But then if we call them right back afterwards, they usually see the number again and think, oh, maybe it's important, so they pick up the phone. So we double tap when we call PRs, at least the first 2 times we call them usually. Okay, as far as how many times and things like that, to me, there's no limit. I feel like you could technically call them. You might call them a couple times in the summer, and then the fall comes around, and you call them a couple more times. Like Lorena will give you a list. Oh, this person launched at the beginning of the summer. Give them a call. Okay. And we already covered standards. Any questions about PRs? Anything that like has come up since you've made PR calls? Challenges with PR calls? I mean, we're going to cover objections, which I think is a big focus. Yeah.
What's the efficiency number below 3?
We don't do efficiency for PRs, but for incoming, it's 2.5 or below is ideally what we're looking for. Efficiency, just so you guys know what he's asking. Efficiency is a number we look at for incoming. Okay. Equals total qualified divided by total show. Actually, no, it's not qualified. It's just total touches. Okay, and essentially it just shows how many people you're actually having walk through the door based on how many touches you take. Okay, so if I have 100 total touches and 50 show, I have a 2.0 efficiency. The lower the efficiency, the better. Okay, I don't focus a ton on this number because some managers, because PRs, they mess with the number. Yeah.
No, actually, it's a question. What's the number one thing that you do personally in order to keep that energy for 7 hours straight?
It's a good question.
Because I'm like,
For me, I'm thinking of our receptionist team from this past summer. We had a receptionist manager in my office. Honestly, I think it's just about keeping them on their toes, like Issa was saying. So, for example, if you're calling through a list and you're maybe not getting that much success, sometimes people will create an assumption about a list. So maybe you switch out the list, or you just trade the list. Don't vocalize, well, this list sucks, I don't want this list. But just, hey, can I switch with you real quick? Maybe switch out a list, things like that. I mean, even things like Mike Monroe does it. Okay, there's this awesome MP3 that Mike Monroe does, who's an old DVN, now he's our digital media, whatever, manager. He does a thing called 5 set per hour. And he talks about how, like, if a receptionist really stayed focused, they could actually make, if you make a phone call, it takes about 30 seconds to make the phone call to voicemail, okay? 30 seconds. So say you did 55 minutes of calls. That's 110 calls, technically, that you can make an hour. We're asking you to make 20 to 30. That's obviously if you didn't reach anyone. But one of the points that he made was taking that 5-minute break and also like at the end of an hour, like each hour just standing up, walking around, like reshifting your focus, taking a drink of water, using the bathroom, and then also rewarding yourself at the end of each end of each hour. Hey, I made 20 calls, I set 3, I'm gonna reward myself. So his thing was give yourself an M&M. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter because everyone is different, is motivated differently. For me, it was really, actually, I skipped this. This is my bad. One of the biggest things as far as key study approach is staying engaged and the focus on the people you're speaking with. So challenge yourself to connect with each person you're talking to. Because if you're just going through the motions and making those calls, you're going to zone out, okay? But if you are really talking to that person and having a conversation with them and making the effort, I think, to connect with them, that will make a difference because you're excited about the people you're speaking with. Also, another thing is I like to be very organized. So when I get ready for a shift, for example, it's, here's my list, here's my call log, here's my objections, here's my directions, everything I need. So I'm ready to go. I feel very organized. Also, for me, I don't like to be around people. Like, that's just me personally. Every office is slightly different. But here's the thing. People distract. So if you're from the Miami office, there are a million places you can spread out. Even here in Fort Lauderdale, there's lots of places you can spread out. People distract you. Distractions are the #1 killer of PR set, for sure. So, yes, Charles.
What are like some of your top tips for, let's say you're setting a lot of people, but they're not showing?
Slow down. Focus on the 5 basics, obviously, which are things that we talked about from just having a good quality call. Maybe one shift you don't focus on your set. Maybe you focus on the people you're speaking with. Making sure directions are on point, that you're not rushing through your phone calls. I genuinely believe that quality makes a big difference. It's not always about quantity. I don't know if Heather or Lorena, you guys would have any other tips as far as improving show is your focus.
Well, personally,
yeah.
Whenever my show is lacking, I just go back to, for example, 5 basics.
Yeah.
And looking at all the notes that are take part in the 5 basics. They're going back to why people show or why they don't. Right in front of my computer, you have a file that you sent to me a long time ago where it says like things you want to do and things you don't want to do.
Oh, why people show is it why versus why they don't show, kind of?
Kind of, but it pretty much just walks through like everything. Like you don't want to get distracted, no phone. No
Gotcha. Yeah, distractions really do make a difference too, whether you even realize small, bigger, or smaller. So yeah.
How do you know when you built the right amount of rapport? Because my issue is building too much.
Yeah, that happens too. I mean, I say an average phone call, PR, 8 to 10 minutes at most. If your calls are longer than 8 to 10 minutes, then it's probably too much. I mean, my thing is this: you ask the basic questions: what school, what year, what major, where have you worked, and some experience. If you ask like, if you're, you know, I'm trying to give you an example because they just talked about this when I was in Nashville. Some girl, like they test called someone and she was like, 20 minutes later, she was talking about all kinds of random things. Like, how off topic are you? If it's beyond work and experience and it's really gone more than like a minute, then you're probably building too much rapport. I stick to work and school for the most part, unless it's a random something that comes up. But if your calls are more than 8 to 10 minutes, then you're probably going too far. Yeah.
Something I realized, like I like looking at old lists and looking like people who are not qualified because they're
That's
too
good.
young.
Right.
And I call them like saying, yeah, I know we called you early in the summer, but
Right.
you were like, you're too young or not a senior. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, she turned 18 last week. Oh, okay, perfect.
That's a good tip, by the way, because they're easy sets.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, they're really, I mean, just call them real quick. Hey, and by the way, you're super confident because you're like, hey, you already said yes. We're just scheduling you.
Yeah, like,
No.
oh, so are you, no, not young. Like, oh, okay, we'll just give you a call.
Gotcha. Yeah.
For calling, I guess, which is outgoing and incoming,
Mhm.
if you have an IAP, someone who's like applied online and you call them, is that an incoming still?
IAP is still incoming. Yeah,
Okay.
IAP is anyone, remember, incoming is anyone who contacts us for work. Yeah, it's just, so it's a touch. It's an incoming touch though.
So the C's, like C is call, that's
C is
just
call.
only PRs?
Ooh, good. Are you looking back to live reports?
Yeah.
On back to live reports, it says like, it breaks it down. CIT. C stands for calls, I stands for IAPs, T stands for touches. But then like with PRs, it's the same thing. Total. T stands for total. Okay. So C stands for calls, I is for IAPs. But you can do all minus PR and then PRs only. Like you can usually, depending on the report you're looking at, you can minus PRs from it. We can look at that later.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Yes.
Yeah, for the sake of building building that strong connection, because one of the reasons I feel like people show so much like PRs is because they want to meet the person that talks to them, situation like that. Would it be like not exactly recommended, but okay to like even because you said as far as off topic, something like that. For example, one of my things is I'm a huge UM fan, and someone that I said for PR was she was studying at FSU, and so I was like a little bit off topic into like the FSU UM rivalry, like a little back and forth, and then went back to the approach. Would that like be?
I mean,
okay?
that's not necessarily bad. I just don't think it really depends on how much time you're taking. You know what I mean? I don't think that's like
10 minutes, but like a quick
quick couple, back and forth. I don't think it's a big deal. But again, if you're talking to them, here's the thing: one topic tends to lead to another topic, and that's the issue. So just keep timing.
So just keeping control over.
Keeping control over it. Yes. Easy your last one, and then we gotta take a break. I'm gonna handle objections. The second part of our talk is all about objections. All right, can we take a 5-minute quick stretch break? Real quick. Oh, we can do 10. Hello. And because 5 minutes doesn't work, is what I don't think. I'm just wondering, because I'm not gonna be in there. Are you gonna do anything IAPs. I'm wondering if it's really necessary to take up IAPs right now. I mean, there's not really that many things. I'd rather just talk about your objections, and not worry about it. Yeah, see, IAPs again, I feel like we can cover that later.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
All right. I should really talk about it one last thing. Get breathing here. I know because like.
Should I pause it and start another one? Or no?
You go at like please.
So, yeah, should I pause it and start another one? No, I think we could probably stop it after reception. Or just say the next section.
Our water fountain's better question. Cut out like 2 streams. It's like delicious.
Show you what you want to see and take you where you want to be. You can be my look.
I don't know.
But it's starting.
Different than I
Hey, man, that's also a great question. That's good.
I didn't say, but to be fair, okay.
Usually like a third. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I could call it. Wait, you're a graphic. And I told them, I've been told that someone told me rude. So I was like, okay, no,
Someone said that it was rude one time. Look at how it now some random person that always said like since that I've always thought that sound I think it depends on the person that's doing
You
it,
learning?
how you say
Doing all
it.
this weight?
I mean, I'm just talking about
So like, what I put it through the first trap. I was like going in there. I was like, I need to switch it up.
You learning?
Yeah. I was looking for a couple of how to set it up. Teaching reception.
that's kind of how I look at it.
Probably because I did she more wants to take it.
Of course, if it covered it, she was listening.
Just keep running, my friend. Another deal. I have a question. I'm trying to figure my sister's phone and go. I'm texting my sister.
And I went to find out how much I was going to get paid until like my first year training. That's funny. Yeah, I would take that. That's insane. So, like, yeah,
How
everyone's
do
like,
you know, like, for example, with here, it says,
but you know, when you're told them, you know,
but if they don't have it on, how do you know if the phone's off and it's taken
so
over?
it's like, well, don't say anything.
Well, they can still be delivered.
Be delivered. If they have it on, it'll say delivered, but it won't say that. So if they
I
don't
don't
have
really,
it
I
on,
really don't have any problems. Most of the time, I'll just get no questions. Usually, if I get them, it's usually and then
Yeah, I write slow all over my phone. Like if you, I'll show you from my PR has slow sound. I haven't actually fast out.
no, I have to like focus myself on.
Like no, I'm not slow stuff. Oh yeah, slow down. Slow down.
Do that.
Listen, be like, hey,
Yeah, that's, yeah. Hey, why don't you breathe? Did you do that? Breathe between words?
Yeah.
That'd be cool, right? I know. Run out of breath and die.
I gave like it's like they know it. And then I realized myself. He was like, wait, what'd you say? Oh, and I'd be like, all the time. They ask you this all the time. Yeah.
I guess a lot of people don't know that. So I can't tell if your phone is on.
It will still say delivered, they just won't put it on the
You have read receipt.
Just because I always have to reply.
You have no idea. Like that is like one of my pet peeves.
I love you.
It's like, hi, so and so, and like, what's this? Like,
No, not that. Like, I don't get that because I do like it's whatever. But like, it's like
There it is.
it's so.
There was that being like everyone should get read receipt. I was like, I disagree with that.
All right, can we pull everyone in?
Actually, I'll let you. Oh, it's beautiful.
How much more time do you need to cover what you're going to cover?
Just objections. Role play? We have. What do you have to cover? Are you covering anything?
A receptionist.
5 minutes. I mean, 30 to 40 minutes. But I mean, I would say 30. If we do role play, then 30 to 40. How do you look like you need about 5 copies? I understand. I came back on Wednesday from Nashville, and I canceled. I was not feeling well, so I canceled this call that I was going to do TKO. And this one over here is like, man, I hope you don't have Ebola. I was like, thank you.
No, I really do. I go home. I hope you
I don't have I had a headache. Actually, it's actually the plane ride made me sick, but like it wasn't because I had Ebola. Don't worry. Don't you guys worry. Every time I mention, hey guys, can you get everyone in here?
All right, guys, bring it in.
Use that for later. Okay. I guess I'll do that.
Yes, Charles, you're right. Empty bottle. Empty bottle.
Told you. I'm about that. No.
No, God told him I was literally in line to go to the bathroom to fill my water bottle up. He's like, you're not gonna do it. Time to accept it. I'm like, wait a minute. How did this happen? I don't even know how bad you got this.
All right, grab your seat, everybody.
Oh, of course. Oh, so basically I should just give my phone number. You know what? Can you hand me the marker? The green one, not the black one. It's gonna make this really easy. Hey, save my number if you guys have questions. This makes it a lot easier. Brian just mentioned this to me. You know, if you guys have it, just text me if you have questions, or send me. If you want me, though, I need to know your full name. But if you want to text me and you have questions and things like that, just feel free to.
You say if you want me though?
No, if you want me to. I was gonna say if you do. If you want me, go.
Let's roll. Part 2, everybody.
No.
What I was gonna say is you can send me a text right now that says, hey, it's so and so with your full name from whatever office, and I can save it. I'm sorry.
Continue.
Good. All right, so I'm going to be going off of the document titled "Handling Questions Properly," but ideally we're going to have time and we're going to role play. Yay! Okay, we're going to probably role play at the end. There are 3 major documents for this talk: handling questions properly, which I'm really good writing stuff down. So like, just so you know, a lot of the stuff that I'm going to cover is going to be in the document that you can obviously read over. That's because realistically in a month, you're not going to remember all the stuff that I'm covering with you. Okay. So feel free to hold on to that. That's a basic, just so you know, this is just a basic questions workshop. Something I give to you guys. We give to the receptionist. Then the other document again is objections not covered in Vector Live. And then PR specific objections. And when you guys role play, I'm probably gonna have you do like the first two on objections not in Vector Live, and maybe one or two from PR specific objections. Okay. Here's what you need to understand about. And by the way, so I was telling Issa this, and I want to make sure we're clear. There's a difference between questions and objections. Okay. Does anyone know what I mean when I say that, or want to give a guess as to what would be a question, what would be a objection? Yes.
I guess the question would be something that they're not clear about, whereas an objection would be kind of like, oh, I'm not interested. Or,
yeah, a problem
yeah,
versus like,
problem.
I guess, an inquiry. Okay, there's difference. So these they kind of are there's some of these things are intertwined. Okay. As far as like if someone has an objection, so Issa was saying, so do you say that's a great question for everything? No. Hey, I don't have a car. Hey, that's a, obviously not going to say, hey, that's a good question. So we're talking about questions again versus objections. Objections are things you're going to more so get with PRs. Okay. Whereas with questions, you'll get them in both situations. Okay. And if the first thing I want you to understand is it's not an issue of, well, will I get questions? It's really just of when I get them, how will I handle them? Now, I was bragging a little bit, I'll be honest, during break. I don't usually get questions. So I don't want to give you guesses. I'm guessing Lorena, you're very similar. You probably don't get a lot of questions. You might get some and not a lot. Why do you think that is, Alan?
When you're following the approach, you're very confident. You basically do the 5 minutes here, speaking slowly.
Right.
With voice inflection, volume,
Right.
and a lot of times when you come into race, you can really handle objections beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. So those are all good points. Dara, you're going to add something?
Yeah, I'm literally gonna piggyback off. I'm very confident people don't question me.
Yeah, that's a really big point. Is that I usually don't tend to get questions because now it doesn't mean I don't know how to handle them. It's almost like they flow as part of my conversation, even if I do get them. Okay, so following the approach absolutely makes a significant difference in how many questions I get. Confidence is really, really big. Confidence comes from practice. Confidence comes from experience. It comes from voice inflection. Comes from me getting railroaded back 12 years ago when I used to take calls. Okay, obviously how I sound is huge. When people can process clearly what I'm saying, and Margarita and I were talking about this, when they actually know what I'm saying, they're less likely to ask questions because I've already given some information on that. Doesn't mean you still won't get questions, okay? Here's what you have to understand about them. They're not bad. Their questions are not actually bad. It's really how you look at it, in my opinion. So Mariah is a VIP of mine that works in Ben Jackson's office in Marietta, Georgia. And I remember when I first started working with her, she's like, questions used to be my hardest thing. She's like, but when I started to think about questions differently, it changed how I handle them. They're not a bad thing. In my opinion, they represent curiosity. So you might get them, okay? It's really distracting. So the light, it's the light that's bothering me. I don't know what you're doing with your phone, but it's okay. Okay. I think obviously, and again, you guys may not be, I don't know. How many of you would say you've been nervous when you've gotten questions before? Okay. I mean, that's very normal and typical for most receptionists. Okay. I will give you guys a big tip. Okay. Because I could see this happening, especially when the environment is crazy and there's a lot of things going on. I bet there are a lot of you guys who might have missed questions being asked. You have to listen to your callers. Like, speed is really important, and really actively listening to your callers is important, because sometimes applicants will have questions and they'll never get a chance to really ask because they're either, you go so quickly, you go so fast that like they don't get a chance to speak up. You do want, guys, the goal is, I think I said this in the last prep, you want to have a conversation with them. You still want to actually, so conversation isn't usually one-sided, right? It requires back and forth. Sometimes people are nervous, they don't want to get questions, or they're just simply not listening. And for those reasons, they go very quickly. That person never really either speak. I've done test calls. I don't know if you've experienced this before, but like I've done test calls where I'll ask a question, that person straight up skips over what I'm saying. That's actually worse than getting a question. So it sounds super sketchy. Yeah, absolutely. It creates unnecessary skepticism, believe it or not. So it's better to know how to handle the questions versus like skipping it or being like, by the way, the worst thing you can say is, I don't know. Now, you guys won't say that. In fact, the tendency for you as management candidates and those who have sold Cutco is actually to go the opposite and do what? Give too much information. So yeah, I mean, this document is based on receptionists, teaching receptionists. So I'm going to kind of think like that. But again, remember, you guys are very susceptible to giving too much information, and that actually is worse than answering the question properly, right? It's actually worse sometimes than not giving enough information, because you give, again, remember, an interview is 60 minutes, and obviously we're not going to cover 60 minutes of information over the phone, okay? So you're going to give bits and pieces. By the way, usually if you handle the question incorrectly, they tend to either ask more questions or create skepticism, and they don't show because of it, okay? So know how to handle them, obviously, correctly. And I don't know if you saw that I wrote the document, when it's handled properly, technically the question or the objection can simply be part of the conversation. It's not negative in any way. It doesn't have to be a negative thing, okay? The first thing, obviously, I explained to you, or a receptionist, is, hey, listen, your job is to be a receptionist. The job of a receptionist is to do what?
Qualified applicants.
Yeah. Qualified applicants for an interview. Not interview them, not ask them interview. Again, that tendency might be to remind you guys that when you're on the phone, again, it's almost like flipping a switch when you're on the phone. And this, the more experience you get, the easier it will be. Flip a switch and play receptionist, don't play manager, don't play sales rep, okay? Your job is not to interview them. It's simply to give a basic job description and schedule them. So Ryan, I think, where's Ryan? We were talking about this in the break, and Margarita was part of the conversation. Here's how I want you to look at it. What is the normal process when we schedule when people schedule interviews with you for a job? Walk me through like a basic process. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying, but like, so your mom says, go get a job. What do? You apply online usually, right? Or you go and you fill out an application. Then usually what happens? Yeah.
You hear back, like they call you and schedule you for like an interview.
Okay, what happens on that phone call?
They give you a time when you're gonna come in?
Yeah. Okay, I'll get you in Friday at 1. Okay. How many companies sit there and give any information? How many of those receptionists or companies give you job descriptions and answer your questions and actually want to get to know you? Probably like 99% of them will not do that, right? I would assume that's very typical. Can I ask you, I don't know what your business is. Do you interview people?
We do, yeah.
So what is the process usually for interviewing?
Usually I place ads on Career Builder,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a brief description on there,
Mm-hmm.
and I call them up and say, give me quick, basically the same details online,
Mm-hmm.
and then I say, this is the time I have available.
Mm-hmm.
Let's set you up for an interview.
You offer a time? Do you usually offer more? I'm just curious. Do you guys offer more than one time?
Usually I use like one time.
Okay. I think that's very typical of most companies, okay? Most businesses in general. Ryan was saying that when he applied at Chipotle, they made him go through 3 interviews, and he didn't even find out till the 30th or 30th day on the job, 30 day of training, how much he was making. Okay? I had a girl come in, interview for a receptionist position. The reason this is important is because what do you think people ask the most about? Pay. They always ask about pay. So, the girl came into training with me. I cover it on the ad. I cover it on the phone. I cover it in the interview. She must not have been paying attention. It didn't work out, so we know why. But she was like, by the way, how much am I making? Right? So you'll get people on that side of the spectrum that don't dare ask questions, but obviously you get those more brazen people who will ask questions. And again, so obviously you need to know how to handle it, okay? But again, your job is not to schedule, your job, is not to interview them. With receptionists, you almost want to pretend like you're not trained to do that. You're just not trained to do that. That's what I teach receptionists, okay? And understanding also, I put this in there because sometimes when people ask questions, it's almost like they seem controversial or they seem like they might create conflict, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's just people are curious, and they're wary because of the unknown. Like they don't know, which creates more questions. And sometimes how they ask it isn't really the best way to ask it. It's really important that when someone asks a question or has an objection, you respond appropriately, okay? What I mean by that, especially with objections, is, if someone says, oh, I already have another job, it's not like, oh, okay, thank you, hang up the phone, right? That's not confident. Someone asks a question, it's not like the goal is to answer it smoothly, not to be like, oh, well, let me find out. Oh, hold on one second, right? Because that doesn't increase confidence. That's why experience is so important. You will do that at the beginning, absolutely. But don't be, put off by the potential way that someone asks a question or the way that they have an objection, because sometimes it's just they don't know. So maybe they're wary towards something. Maybe they had a bad experience Has anyone had a bad experience looking for a job before? Yes. Okay, so like sometimes people are more wary the more experience they get. That's why you'll get older people who tend to ask more questions. Okay, not a bad thing. We tend to handle them the same way. I just want you to be aware of how you respond is really important. You're still creating an impression on them. And they are like, I would rather, even if someone asks 100 questions and refuses to come in until they talk to the manager, you still need to make sure you're representing the company correctly and with professionalism. So you never want to react. You never hang up on someone unless someone swears at you. These are things that we talk about with receptionists. But either way, how you respond is super, super important. Okay. Obviously, when it comes to questions, confidence is key. Period. I talk about credibility, and part of the receptionist training is to like put them through an interview and stuff. I don't need to tell you guys that Cutco is awesome. You already know that. Okay. And we talked about this at the last prep, so I want to remind you of this. The last 2 points in this document before we get into like what people actually ask. Most people will ask questions. There's 2 places where they'll ask questions. Do you guys remember this? Usually somewhere during the approach, there's 2 places where they'll ask questions.
In the beginning.
One is at the beginning. What was the other one? Do you remember? Alan's giving you the death stare right now. One is at the beginning. They'll ask questions right at the beginning of the call. Yep. Do you remember? Well, the other place is anywhere. Anywhere besides the beginning of the approach. Okay? Somewhere during, yes. Basically, like they'll ask them at the beginning. There's 2 places, the beginning or somewhere during the approach. Okay? Not specific places. Sorry. So usually it's at the beginning. Sorry, that's what I meant. You'll ask questions all the time. Okay, focus. All right. So my point is this. During the approach, if they ask questions somewhere during the approach, actually, it usually is after you've given the job description. Usually once you've given like the job description, that's when they'll ask questions, or usually like at the end. My favorite is when people ask questions when you're like, okay, so what's your if someone asks a question, hey, that's a good question. Now, if it's something like, what street are you located on? Don't answer it. Hey, that's a good question. Oh, we're actually on West Commercial Boulevard. Where are you located? You don't need to say that's a good question. Sounds very, scripted and insincere. Okay. Now, today when I have you guys role playing, I want you to use, hey, that's a good question. Not great question. Let's change it to good. I like good better. Great just sounds cheesy. Okay. Hey, that's a good question. All right. It says here, and step number 2 is to do what?
Answer the question.
Refer back to the approach. Yeah, answer the question by referring back to Vector Live. So what does Vector Live say? And again, remember, speed is so important with questions, guys, because if you speak slowly, they will process what you're saying. Okay, even with PRs, which we talked about. Okay, but again, that's a good question. It says here, refer back to the approach. I know this sounds really simple, but when you get on the phone and you actually start making a minute on, don't answer it. Hey, that's a good question. Well, that's me. Oh, actually, see, I don't like listening to myself, so can we turn that off, please?
It's working.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, just making sure. Okay. I was like, who is talking so loud? All right. That's a good question. Refer back to the approach. Step number 3.
Answer the question.
Follow up with ask another question to gain control. Again, what I was saying is that it sounds really simple, but when you're like in the middle of a call and someone's like, so you're like, it's a $15 base pay, not based on sales. Wait, what is it? How much do I get paid? It catches you off guard all the time, right? So finish your sentence usually. I'll usually finish my sentence like, hey, that's a good question. Or, actually I wouldn't finish my sentence because I'll almost if you're ignoring them. You don't want to ignore them because it does create skepticism. Hey, that's a good question. It says here, it's a $15 base pay, not based on sales results. So it is guaranteed. Honestly, something is sensitive to pay, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, we come to talk to manager, blah, blah, blah. And then ask another question to gain control. Nathan?
So it doesn't really matter if they know that, is it not bad if they know we're reading off a script?
I do not care. Good question. We talked about this last prep. I don't care. Here's why. Because why do we have a script? Oh, let's see. Do you know why we have a script? Or why do we have specific information that we use all the time? It's consistent, right? That's okay. It's consistent. It's the same information. Isn't it fair to give the same applicant, each applicant the same information? So if someone asks me why, I don't know if either one of you guys have ever faced this. How many times have you ever gotten someone says, has anyone ever gotten like, oh, are you reading?
Yeah.
Okay, you've gotten that or you've heard people get it?
Yeah, the receptionist.
Okay, so if it happens a lot, it's probably because that person is sounding like needs to work on their voice inflection, needs to work on their conversational skills and things like that. When they're new, they're gonna sound like they're reading. That's normal, okay? But to me, it's like, oh yeah, actually we use a basic approach, or we actually supply basic information to every single person that we speak with. That way everyone has the same information. So that's why I'm following an approach here. I just have some basic information on a computer. If you have that happen, that does not happen that often. It doesn't happen that often. And if it does, then that probably means that they're just not focused on how they're communicating. Guys, were you going to say something in addition to that?
No, just so you can easily track it and be able to troubleshoot and everything after you're all doing something different and possible.
Well, he's saying if an applicant asks.
No, I'm just in general why we have scripts in the first place.
Right. Yeah, I mean, scripts allow us to be consistent and give the same information to every caller. It's not fair to give it to one versus another. Isa?
I want to ask this question because a lot of people, they get frazzled
when
they do it.
Yeah.
How do you handle? Is this a scam?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I have an actual scripted answer for it, which I don't have in front of me, so it's going to be kind of hard to answer it. If someone says that, I usually like, oh, I'm sorry, did you say a scam? That's usually how I respond. Because I've been here for 12 years, I make a lot of money, and I don't understand why someone would ever do that and say that about my company. New receptionists are not going to respond that way. We cover it in training, where we say, hey, listen, just like any large company, right? Like Starbucks or Target. The example I usually give with the scam is I play a video at my receptionist meeting. My receptionist meetings, which is really funny about State Farm and how not everything you read on the internet is actually true. But when it comes to talking on the phone, it's like, hey, listen, we're a large company. I'll talk to the receptionist about it. I'll say, hey, we're a large company similar to Starbucks or Target or Walmart or things like that. And, not everyone, a lot of people have a lot of positive things to say about those companies, but just like any normal company that's large and reaches a large audience, we may not have positive things said about us as well. And that's okay. The example I give is I went into Walmart once and I was talking to my best friend while I was on the phone with her and I was like buying hairspray or whatever. And she's crazy. she's a raw vegan, and she's very like into the, not crazy, she's just really into the environment. And I told her I was in Walmart, like, and she's like, Beth, how dare you shop there? She's like, they're horrible. They break all these child labor laws. And I was like, I just want to get hairspray. Like, I didn't think it was a big deal. And she made it this huge deal. And, you know, everyone is entitled to their own opinions, for sure. No questions asked. In fact, I say the internet is a force to be reckoned with. And obviously, there's a lot of things out there that are true, and there are a lot of things out there that aren't true. And that's why you may get responses like that on the phone. That's how I explain it to receptionists. And by the way, I think every manager who runs their office should know how to handle that. Because if you don't handle it before it comes up, it makes it the receptionist more skeptical, and it is a lot shadier. And like if you don't address it before it happens, okay. Usually what I say is, hey, I'm so sorry if there was some type of misinformation. For you guys are a little bit more confident and skilled. So usually you can say like, hey, if you don't mind me asking, what did you hear? Because usually it's a misconception. We go door to door. You have to pay for a sample kit. That's usually the biggest two misconceptions. And it's like, hey, I'm so sorry if there was a misunderstanding. I never say you were told something wrong, because I don't want, what if it was their best friend? It's like an insult to them, or their mom or something like that. So it's like, hey, I'm so sorry if there was a miscommunication. We actually have 0 startup fees of any kind. That was a very old program, but no longer exists. There are 0 startup fees, and you have to pay nothing. There's no requirement to pay anything to start with us. If you are accepted, of course. As far as door to door, we never see anyone that hasn't been personally recommended to us. They're all done through personal recommendations. We're actually part of the DSA, Direct Selling Association, which allows us which doesn't allow us to go see anyone, like call people randomly or show up at their houses randomly. That's if you guys have more experience, so you might be able to say something like that. Usually it says, hey, I'm so sorry if there was some type of misinformation. I'd be happy to keep you for your interview. I'd be happy to schedule you for your interview. That way you can meet with the manager and get a full 100% accurate job description, because in that interview, he'll cover everything with you, answer all of your questions. I have a document on it. So, Loretta, were you going to say something?
Yeah, something that was actually brought up to me is that, especially when you're on campus, they're like, $15 per appointment. So they think they're going to pay for those appointments for them to come in. Obviously, not the sharpest people, but that's something I have to.
Okay, anything with pay, which we're going to cover. And this I talked about last time. No matter how someone asks a question, you still answer it pretty much the same way, right? So they're going to say, is that per hour? What is the pay? Is that, do I have to pay per appointment to go on an appointment? If they say, do I have to pay you to work? I usually am like, oh my God, no, I'm so sorry. I don't know where. I apologize if you thought that. No, this is a job, so you're actually applying for a job, which means you will get paid. As far as how the pay program works, obviously I've talked to manager, but no, you're not paying us anything to work. Some people are like, $15 a day, like, you don't even say that, and they think that. So it's almost like kind of laughing it off in a really respectful way, because I'm just like, oh no, hey, I'm so sorry about that, okay? All right, so here's what I want to do. The 2 objections that we get the most are what exactly will I be doing and the pay. So I'm going to role play them really quickly. Here's the thing, guys. You just have to start practicing them. This is the document you need in front of you, okay? And we will take 5 minutes quick to role play after I go through these really quickly with you. All right, I'm really just reading off the page. So technically, I don't need to do this, but I'll do it just in case, okay? So when people ask about pay, it doesn't matter how they do it. Hey, that's a good question. That's usually the first response. Hey, that's a good question. I mean, I have a lot more experience, so I'll throw in something like, obviously, you're not the first person that's ever asked me about pay. Don't do that, because you guys are a little bit, you haven't had much experience yet. Hey, that's a good question. Like I said, and the reason I say that, not disrespectfully, but I want them to know, like, hey, I just covered this, because usually they'll ask you after you've answered the question. Or if they ask at the beginning, it's like, actually, I'm definitely going to get to that as part of the information that I'm provided with. If they ask, like, hey, I'm definitely going to get to that information, I'll definitely answer those questions for you. But, hey, like I said, it's a $15 base pay, which is a fixed rate, not based on sales. So it is guaranteed. Honestly, you're going to want to talk to a manager about something as sensitive as pay. I'm going to underline that as sensitive as pay. I really like making sure they understand. This is a really sensitive topic. Pay is very sensitive. That's, people are sensitive about pay, okay? As that would really be for him to discuss with you. As a receptionist, I'm just not provided with detailed information like that. I would underline that or whatever as well. Hey, I'm just not provided with detailed information like that. However, Mr. Paz will definitely cover that with you in the interview. What does your schedule look like for the next few days or for the rest of the week? Right, so that you can I can go ahead and schedule you for an interview. What's the schedule look like for the next couple of days? And you basically get their schedule, and then you say, hey, before I forget, and go back into the approach. Okay, what exactly will I be doing? Hey, that's a good question. It says here it's an entry-level sales and entry-level sales and service position, dealing with one-on-one, with customers through professional appointments, helping them fill out order forms, answering their questions, taking their orders, just basically helping them in any way possible. Are you comfortable working with people one-on-one? Great, what have you done? And then you build a rapport, go back into the approach. Yeah.
Question, does it say, it says here it's an entry-level sales?
Yeah, we just talked about that. Yes, it does. On here.
Does it purposely say that's the person that you're speaking to is aware that you are reading?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes, which we just talked about. I don't care that people know that we're reading off a script.
That's the information we're given.
Yeah. Hey, this is the information I'm provided with. That way, every person that inquires about our position has the same information. I really don't. To me, I don't care. Like, I have no problems with them saying that. And it also gives a lot of credibility. We're like, hey, I'm just a receptionist. Here's the information I'm given. This is my job. Yes, Daria.
Regarding the pay answer,
Mhm.
it says like, what does your schedule look like for the next week, or like when we get you into the interview? What if they ask that like really early in the beginning?
I'll still get their general schedule, and then I'll say, oh, before I forget, let me go back. Let me go ahead and give you the rest of the information about the approach and go back into the script. No, I'll usually say, hey, by the way, what's your schedule look like for the next couple of days? It depends how early. It's like, oh, if it's done before you give the information, I'll say, hey, I'm actually going to get to that for sure. I'll go ahead and answer your questions. I'll definitely go ahead and answer that for you. That's part of the information that I have here to provide. But before I forget, and then just continue reading.
Okay.
If they've asked it before pay, I say, hey, I'm actually going to get to that for sure. Okay. All right. As far as objections, I'm not going to read these. What I'd like you guys to do is just role play one from here, one from here. Okay. But with PR specific objections, I think again, it's just really how you respond. That's it. When someone says, oh, you know what, I actually have another job, does that mean that they can't work with us? No. If they say, well, I don't actually know who that person is, they can still, does that matter? Karina was recommended by someone, I think she said she barely knew, and she came in for an interview. Who? Oh, her. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Hey, someone already called me. This happens all the time because lists get cross-referenced. It's like, oh, usually Yasmin actually, I think she says this in here. Oh, hey, I'm so sorry about that. Man, your friends must really like you. Either way. Anyway, if you have a minute, I can tell you a little bit more about it, since obviously you think your friends think you would be a good fit. Laugh it off, right? It's not like an absolute no. And so it's important that you're handling that objection versus just accepting no. I don't think that's going to happen as much for you guys. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Does everyone have this? Who doesn't have this? I can give you guys I only have one copy. No, yeah, there's a.
PR specific.
You only have that?
Yeah, I want to see the other.
This is objections.
Objections not in Vector Live. Can you pass this here? Okay, can you pass this back to the chair? All right, so here's what we're going to do.
Just do one file at a time.
Objections not in Vector Live.
Open that one.
Open that one. And basically, I want you to pair up 2 by 2, okay? And then just go ahead and follow the full question cycle and answer it. And then with PR specific objections, same thing. They're gonna give you a random objection and you're gonna answer it. You guys look all kinds of confused. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Is that what this?
Yeah, these are objections, open parentheses, not.
Yeah, that's because it's like me.
No, I'm just staring at it.
11 is exactly what sounds like the
I'm playing on this, that's why. So you guys can pick whichever. You guys have it?
Yeah.
Okay. So how about this? You two. Why don't you two role play? You two role play. Oh, there's 2, 2, and 2. 2, 2, 2. Pause up, scratch 2. You don't need to role play. 2. No, I don't need to.
Yeah, you guys can stand. You can stand up for this too if you like.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say you two role play. Here's the thing.
I can't touch my legs on this table.
Charles, come over here.
You want me to go first? Actually, I want to go first. All right, go. Go first. You do first pair. I which one do we do first? No, it's whichever one. It's whichever. Interchangeable? Yeah, it's whichever objective I give. I thought.
Okay, that's totally fine.
Okay, yeah, I think it's supposed to be. Alright, you first or me first?
I guess I'll go first. Wait, so who got the pay?
Yeah, so how does the pay work?
Well, that's a good question. Like I said, it's a $15 base pay, which is a fixed rate, not based on sales, so it is guaranteed. Honestly, you're going to talk to a manager about paying a ad today. Like that would really be for him or her to discuss with you. As a receptionist, I'm just have a lot of the detailed information like that. However, list of cause will definitely cover that with you in the interview. How does your schedule look for the rest of the week?
That's a great question.
So, hey, is it
That's a good question. Like I said, it's $15 base pay, which is and it's not based on sales. Honestly, you're gonna want to talk to a manager about something. As I would really be. I use that. As a receptionist, I'm just not so, however, as a supervisor, you can definitely cover that. So, what does your schedule look like for the rest of the week? Yeah, so what exactly?
That's a good question. It says here it's an entry-level sales and sales position. Dealing with one of our professional clients, helping them fill out orders, answering their questions, taking their orders. Basically helping them in the only way possible. Are you comfortable working with people one-on-one? So, exactly
that's a great question. Essentially, it's an entry-level sales and service. Helping them fill out order forms, answering their questions, taking their orders, basically just helping them in any way possible. Are you comfortable with working well, that's not what we do here, so. So that training that you were talking about?
Well, that's a great question. Training usually lasts 3 days, but definitely ask the manager about the exact date and time. What is your schedule look like for the day?
Hey, that's a good question. We have day and weekend hours. We also have full-time or part-time. The manager will actually go over the hours specifically with you. So what does your schedule look like for the next month? So do I get paid for training?
Well, that's a great question. The training is something that you will speak with the manager about when you come into the interview. Make sure you just jot down for next. Make sure you just jot down this directions that I'm about to give you, so that you can remember to ask the manager. Alright, so is this nah, that's I'm messing around. So, is it like hours? What exactly do I take paid? Like, how does this exactly work?
Hey, all of these questions that you're asking, it would be a lot easier for the manager to answer than me. The manager spends about 60 to 90 minutes explaining the position in an interview, so that's actually why it's hard to get you off the interview. And what does your schedule look like for the next couple of days?
You have the agenda. Oh, you know what? Just wasting paper.
So is this like
thank you.
marketing job? Like how to,
that's actually a great question. You contact people with their permission.
That's actually a good question. The pay for training is actually something that we need to speak with the manager about. Make sure to jot down. Make sure to jot that down next to the directions that I'm about to give you, so that you'll actually remember to ask them. Those are some hard ass directions to give.
The roll play.
Should we go to the other?
Yeah.
Takes you the paper cutting it.
But he's like because he has to support his dad specific family wise. Actually, I don't really know. I know it'll be like make sure to like because he's never been like. I don't even think. I think yeah, he came out with something. He's never been.
Yeah, actually, someone already called me.
Like anybody. So like I don't think we haven't dated him.
Tell me about Keith. Oh no, I was dating her too.
I want to be a leader.
I'm sorry about that. My friend must really like you. Anyways, if you have a minute, I can tell you a little bit about more. I can tell you a little bit more about obviously unfortunately you
Frank mentioned that Frank did mention that you might be bored. However, we do have a very flexible schedule. So are you possibly looking for some extra income or just looking up in summer? I would love to give you more information about it. Did you have a few minutes to speak? Yeah, actually, can I talk to Rep and call you later?
absolutely. I would expect you to talk to Susie. The reason why I was reaching out now is because there are a lot of people applying for positions. And since you recommended, you want to give you a little priority to schedule. And the interview is not so I'd say at least check it out. I don't know if you sign up from it's not for us, you know, it's not for you. No big deal. But I do want to put you ahead of other applicants in the interview process. So what does your schedule look like for the next days? Just like typos, like
there's some typos here.
I'm going back to like school.
That's actually totally fine. Just to let you know, we actually have a lot. We actually have a 1 to 5.
Hey, folks, real quick. Let me get everyone's attention. Has everyone gone at least once?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'd like to do is pick. Let's go to the second. Was it the other objection page?
No, oh no, I think they were just intertwining. They were doing both at the same time.
Okay, so everyone's gotten the chance to go at least once?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to get one more full approach in each of you. Okay, so when just pick another objection, one more full, and I'm gonna take a little audible on the.
I need to make sure, by the way, that everyone has a copy of the correct approaches. So I'll email that to you. They need incoming, the IF, and the PR approach. It'll allow you guys to practice also while practicing questions.
Yeah. Okay. So do another. Let's do one more objection each all the way through. Okay.
So let me restart. Okay, that's totally fine. Just to let you know, we actually have a 1 to 5 week work program that's able to students to leave in school. It gives them an opportunity to earn some extra income before leaving. Also, students can transfer offices to over the summer. Secure positions. They actually already have a job for someone.
Yeah, Stacy mentioned that you might be looking to just part this position for summer. So who is this?
Yeah, this is a waffle from Lecter. I worked with Rep, and he told me that you were looking for you have office number? Mike.
Right here.
Got it? Yeah, so this is Dolphin Lecter, and I worked with Rep. You recommended me for a position. I'm sorry, who recommended me?
Oh, Stacy Wood. Does that number ring a bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, she gave me your name and you said that you might be fit part-time position without coming. I don't actually know the person who recommended me.
You might have met them at a party or kiosk. Seems like you might like. I usually do it different. I get this question like, oh yeah, you guys are probably just like Facebook friends.
Yeah.
Well, you might have met them at a party. She's like a little bit personality chance. Either way, you did mention that you might possibly be interested in so I wanted to give you a call. To give you a this is like, she still has like a head start. I'm trying her because she's like leaving her job and she doesn't just moved out. Yeah, I want to talk to my partners.
No, I can totally understand you want to discuss with them. Tell you what, if you like, you can actually just bring your mom or that force to their roles. There's a certain portion of it where they can just sit in and get the full job description.
Yeah, so that's why I'm
that way they hear everything.
I'm trying to
This way, if you're accepted, you guys can be on the same page already.
Good. Let's keep going. Yeah, keep scooping.
Like that was like.
Yeah. And you have the here.
All right. Has everyone gone once? Another one?
Yes.
Several. All right, quick. Everyone got to see real quick. Real quick, seat. Real quick. Real quick, seat. Real quick, seat. Real quick. We're not done. We're done one. First of all, can we thank Beth for her attention and time and detail? When I do this, you guys don't even know what that means, do you? That's like in sports, you don't do that anymore.
We don't need to. We do that. We definitely do that.
Hey, let's do this. So on a random note, before I forget, I just put a new post on the AGL page. If you're looking to increase your withholdings per my suggestion to 30 plus up to 40%, just go to the post, comment your rep number, how much you'd like to increase your withholdings to during the push, and if you'd like to put your bonus away, like your monthly FSM bonus. If you're over 20K in sales, you can have that. So you'll see it in the third is what you'd like it to go back to after the push. Okay. I highly encourage you, if you're at only 10 or 15 or 20%, do it for the next 2 weeks, bump it to 40. If you have no withholdings, go crazy and bump it to 30, 40. I would say, I mean, so you might as well do it for 40. That's what I'm a big recommendation. Put money away. Why not be at Olean, having done what a lot of people forgot last year, is to take care of startup, and that's a big part of it. So, questions or comments? Okay, we're gonna do one more role play in a second. Where are my the 6 of you from NLG that I said would lead different discussions, the ones that have run offices or so to speak. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing one.
Mary Lou's is gone.
Oh, so 5 of you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I'd like to see you guys real quick. Okay. Everyone else, I'd like you to pull out your rep-driven approach, one that you were going to drill for today. Okay. So pair up. You're going to be new partners. So Muxo and Paz, Alan, Ricky, and Dara, if you guys could come see me in my office real quick. I would everyone to get in 2 full cycles of the rep-driven approach, out loud, all the way through, no objections. You can stand up and stay in the room. All right, ready? Go for it.
You're sweet, and I'm doing everything.
I'm looking for I don't have it. Yeah, the 4 letters. Yeah, we
We're not.
What is it?
Right up.
Elbows on. That everything was organized until I got here, right? Everything was organized until I got On email? I downloaded email, but it's like a million files.
No, I'm just saying you're.
Oh yeah, no, we have it printed out and we have a bunch of them in the office. Great. Alright, yeah, so let's go.
Hey, look, can I please speak to Delco, please?
Yeah.
Hey, Delco, how are you? This is Charles Stewart. I work with your friend Sebastian. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Now, did Sebastian tell you how to give me a call?
Yeah, he did actually.
Okay, awesome. Well, the reason why I'm calling is because your friend Sebastian just started with us. He had a $15 credit today, and he wanted me to give you a call because he's thought you'd be a great for position. He wouldn't mind the possibility of some extra income for the summer, or maybe a different work experience along the rest of it. Is that possibly true?
Yeah, it is actually.
Okay. Now, are you currently working?
Yeah.
Okay, where do you work?
I'm actually working at Chipotle.
Okay, how do you like it?
So far so good. It's pretty good. So good side money.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is essentially tell you a little bit about the position, and if it sounds like something you're interested in, just set you up for a time to come in and meet with one of our managers and answer all of your questions. How's that sound?
Sounds pretty good.
Great. Just to be sure you're qualified, are you at least until the fall?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. The positions you have available are customer service and sales. So Adolfo, you're actually gonna work out, just work with customers, explain products, answer any of their questions, and help them with support. Just so you know, there's no door-to-door or telemarketing involved. I personally think that'd be kind of weird. But the experience is not required. What we do, however, provide a brief training in 8 seconds. Again, the pay is $15 guaranteed. We do not chase on sales or commission. But we do have a commission pay as well, so you would be making more and things will work out well. Now, Adolfo, are you in school?
Yeah.
And what's your major?
Right now I'm majoring in biomedical engineering.
Is that something that runs in the family or just?
No, definitely does not run in the family.
Okay, and what are you going to do once you graduate?
Once I graduate, I am going to try to go to grad school.
Okay. The same major, I'm assuming?
Yeah, actually for engineering management. Yeah.
Okay. Now the reason why I asked about school is you have more part-time flexible schedules, which will help you get around in class or you get experience that you may have. I know a lot of people are looking for scholarships. We actually award up to $160,000 yearly for students that can work with us. Also, we have internship opportunities available that the manager goes over in detail. I know that anyone nowadays can use a little extra money to experience Yeah, I know that anyone nowadays can use extra money to experience Okay, so does that sound like something you'd be interested in coming in and checking out further?
Yeah.
Great. Well, obviously I cannot guarantee a position, but because Sebastian recommended you, the manager would much rather be with you versus a random applicant. Why? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know Sebastian, by the way?
I actually went to high school together.
Okay. Local high school?
Yeah. It was Valencia.
Okay. Same graduating class?
Yeah.
You guys in college now?
No, we're not. I haven't seen him since graduation.
Yeah, so like text, contact?
Yeah, like Facebook.
Okay, awesome. Well, I do want to let you know that the manager needs to fill positions right away, and he specifically told me to fill the earliest spot available for interviews. He does make his decisions on a first come, first considered basis, so let me help you out and get you in as soon as possible. While I'm looking at my manager's availability, why don't you go ahead and walk me through your schedule for the next couple of days in general? Okay, so you said you had math class from 12 to 1, and you had reading class from 3 to 4:30.
Yep.
So how does 6:30 look for your schedule today?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like I just want to about 6:30. Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Great. Well, I'm glad to get you in as soon as possible. I do need to enter into our system to reserve that spot for you. And I just want to make sure I'm spelling your name right. Adolfo, blah, 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 blah. I can't read your last name here. Can you spell it out for me, please?
Yeah.
And is this your cell phone number?
Yeah.
Now, we send out email confirmation. And then what's your email, please?
It's AAROD813@AIL.com.
Okay. Now, do you make any paper to write down some information?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
Now, put the date, time, Monday, 6:30. In the evening with Mr. Bowser. Okay, you're located on commercial 441. And let me go ahead and give you the address. Our address is 3601, blah, 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 blah. And our phone number is 954-626-2011. Okay. Last few things before I let you go. Just remember to arrive about 15 minutes early so that you can fill out a brief application. I would suggest professionals so that the are sleeping. Also bring pen and pencil for us. Any questions that you may have, just write them down in a notebook, and our manager will answer all of them for you, okay? My name again is Carlos. Just make sure to say hi when you come in. You seem like a great candidate, but I do want to wish you good luck. Good luck. See you here about 5:45, alright?
Alright, awesome.
Don't hesitate to call if you get lost.
Will do.
Alright, take care.
Hey Carlos, this is Adolfo. This is Adolfo from Vector. I work with Sebastian. How are you? Did Sebastian tell you that I'd be giving you a call?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. The reason why I'm calling is because Sebastian just started with us, making $15 guaranteed. And he's actually doing really well with us. And he knew that you were looking to that we were looking to fill more spots in our team. So he actually recommended you as someone who would possibly be looking for work and would be a good fit. So is that something you were interested in hearing more about?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And real quick, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Okay. So actually, the name of the company is Vector. We've been in business since 1981. The openings we have are in entry-level customer service and sales, working one-on-one with our customers, helping them fill out order forms, answering their questions, and basically just helping them out in any way possible. Again, the pay is $15 guaranteed, which is not based on sales or commissions. And by the way, there's no door-to-door sales or telemarketing involved as well. So, are you in school right now, or okay. And where do you attend?
I go to
What's your major? Alright, and you're
We take one. We take one.
Like 100%?
All of it.
Pretty much know for interviews. But no, I was here. I didn't take it higher.
So, I had the same practice. Good. I don't have I'm thinking bonus on November. Bonus this year?
For sure.
So where do you attend? That makes you build a That's what I'm saying. It's just, how do you like that? What made you decide on that there? Call me if you want to talk. Awesome. And what year are you in? Yeah. Oh, awesome. So you're almost done. You're halfway there. All right. And you said you were working too. Where are you working? Oh. Cool. How long have you been there? What is it that you do there? And have you had any experience working with people?
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, you're probably coming to work with people, right?
All right, grab a seat, everybody. Bless you. Grab a seat. I want to give props to the following people. We got Pell in Puerto Rico increasing withholdings to 30%. Paz 100% of his AM withholdings. Hinestrosa 30%. Dwayne Dennis up to 40%. Ryan from South Miami 40%. Nathan 40%. Nia 40% during the push. I mean, there's some good things happening there. Number two, don't think I forgot. Some of you didn't have your assignment done today. Okay, so for sake of time and not wasting anyone's time today in the group setting,
if you did not come with your 4 assignments, which is your check budget, your monthly monthly budget, your cash flow check register, and maybe Issa, I could be reading it wrong. I also see a bunch of there's nothing on the attack list. So either they have no attack list or did they just read it wrong? Okay, well then I'll do a countdown. Yeah, that's easy. Okay. So, and the same thing with the CPO?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. But did we get the budgets? So if people are missing that, that's for sure on okay, cool. So if you didn't come up with your assignment, I'm gonna leave it up to you to address it with me on email. And set up a reason as to why. We'll figure I don't prefer that, I don't love it, but at least we can discuss, have an educated and hopefully forward moving discussion about you missing assignments. It's just so we can't miss assignments. That's it. That's just how this works. And same thing with saying you can't miss push weeks. If you missed, did anyone here have an SLC push where you feel like I just didn't get it or I just didn't participate, I was non-existent, didn't make a move? Okay, this is your redemption push. I know that we were changing topics for a second, but that's really important. Any questions on that? So withholdings, you can just post that on Facebook. What I'd like to do now, I'm going to split the room up. I've got 5 of our previous office managers or current. I've got Ricky in the back. We're going to do it in the room. So we're going to spread out. Can I have the 5 you go to different corners? We'll do 5 on the corners and 1 in the middle. Okay. So Ricky, why don't you just come right next to Sam? Gary in the back, Al in the back. Up here, pause. And who's the 5th? And Muxa will come over here. Okay. So everyone's gonna count out a number 1 through 5. Listen up. And Pao will just do the same thing. We're just gonna split you guys up, and I'm gonna ask questions to the group. And you're gonna hear 5 different perspectives. Okay, this is called coaching. Rather than them giving a talk and lecturing to you, I want you to hear 5 different perspectives of people who have run an office before. Okay. So we'll start with Mr. Garcia. Just count. I'll allow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until we get everyone has a number 1 through 5. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1,
2,
3,
4, 5.
1,
2, 3, 4,
5.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5. 1.
Okay. Cool. So ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I'll give you 30 seconds to get close to that person.
We're gonna need you here too.
Yep. With him, and I saw you
in the morning. There's no flight right now.
We'll work something out. Can you send it down? Or here, send it to. Yes, sir. Oh yeah.
I have it for running.
Send me an Send it to Dion. D is in dog, Z is in zebra, H is in L, E is in everybody, L is in laughs, Y is in yes, A is in apple, Z is in zebra, K is in Kelly, O is in orange, V is in victory. Cut for that.
Actually, no. Like, I wrote on the paper.
Tell him where he's in school, where he would
Last week, I'm like,
prefer to airport.
what? Like, Melanie works here.
That's just the
Sand sale. Okay, real quick. So, and make sure you take notes on this. This is going to be really interesting. You're going to, is it best really for just when we switch? Oh, sorry. Oh, did you drop your computer?
No, I got it.
Okay. That's no big deal. That's cheapo. So what we'll do is we'll switch. We'll go this way. So Muxa, you'll just move to this. Pause will move here. You'll move this. Yeah, because it's easier to move 5 people than it is the rest. So you'll move this way. This station will go here. Central will go back over to where Dario is. Dario will go to where Alan is, and then back there will come back up to the front. Okay. So the first question is, based on Beth's message, having run an office, and everyone you're meeting is either the PSM or has run a branch office before or is currently running an office. The question is, of Beth's message, what were the most important points for you to get? So make sure everyone has your notebook and pen or computer. What were the biggest points, the most important points? And don't say, and ready? Branch, for the 5 of you, don't go off on everything. Like really prioritize the most important from your perspective and why. Okay, I'll give you, we'll go 3 to 5 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. You get 2 minutes. Ready? And biggest 2 points, go. And why?
These are our answers?
Yeah, this, just to clarify, it's the 5 of you who run an office, you're giving them your answer and they're just taking notes. We're not hearing from them. Yeah.
So, I think first off, if you notice, out of the 5 focuses we're going to cut up here, 2 of them are reception PRs and reception.
Thank you.
So that's the most important thing. All right. Number 2 is realizing that the receptionist job is actually hard. It's also like our work, which is the calls, that's their job. So like remember that. So when you're in your own office, you're treating them just like reps. You gotta manage the emotions. You gotta manage that they might have bad days or whatever it might be that have part of it. And then also, the last one is fact. You need to become like obsessed with the reception program now. That way, by the time someone comes along, you're not learning anything, but it's like you're executing. You're definitely a lot. You can't implement it and use something like that. You know, it's good or bad, it's gonna happen. So that's why we're
One more minute.
There's one thing to say like, hey Tori, don't cross
and also, I mean, obviously,
there's one thing to say, hey Tori, don't cross I'm always responding to this question, but I'm responding back.
Thirty seconds.
You want to try to get the best receptionist possible. No, that's important.
10 seconds.
There's a whole entire like training manual that she has.
All right, stop. All right, we're gonna switch.
So for right now.
All right, Captain, switch, please. And when I say go, you get 2 minutes. 2-minute drill. 5, 4, 3. Just give the same answer. 2, 1. Go.
Alright, so I don't know if you already but this program is an easy one. 5 focuses, 2 of them are on the reception program. So that's the best thing I tell my message. Just work your branch. After realizing you're going to use the reps, reception program, you're going to learn it. You don't want to take up their mind. So you're not already actively like making your CPR calls like set for weeks. It's like you have to set up there. You're not already doing that, like just through the proper mindset. And realizing you guys have been in your offices, you're not going to like you learn anything from the you should learn it now. It's like when the system breaks it up. You have to set up that whole system. Like I don't really know how to progress. For example, is going out there, the expectation of your house, like if you go through training, you did it until like so like maybe you get good exercises, take on such calling you that speed up that hour unexpected call, spend more time in your opportunity, and more moments when so just what better say to set up that proper expectation. The objection is it's easy to share information.
45 seconds.
With
giving you this information. And then always respond to the question. We want to focus on a little info is not to say no, it's not, but it's just to think about it from any other job. Like, are they going to start the contract job?
30 seconds.
That's what we want to say about properly and a lot that comes from. And if you ever get a reaching out there, like, hey, the interview class on the one that confidence, you want to spend an hour or so, let's figure out why you have time to do that, how they do it. It's just a great question. When they say really confident, they get PR.
10 seconds.
Just follow back to that PR. Just make sure you set up the right expectations.
All right, switch. Five, four, 3, 2, 1, go.
So my biggest thing, so my biggest focus is what I had was first off, how important the receptionist program is. The 5 main focuses to be a successful branch. So right throughout the 5 receptionist program, PR, learn anything from these meetings or prep in general. You're gonna learn it by doing it. Same way that we went through a 3-day training. We didn't know what the hell we were doing until after like our 5th day. So it's like we didn't learn in training, we had the foundation. We can act smart, going out there and doing it. Somebody can do that. So if you're not already doing like your 60 yards per week or like some sort of like reception hours, get on that now. And then another thing about learning is that you're not gonna learn anything in the summer. It's too late. You're gonna learn it now to be able to execute in the summer. So like spend your boss's like money basically like messing up now. That way you don't make any more money. You just gotta do it. And then also there's receptions are just like reps.
1 minute.
And the one big thing about our jobs is like literally their jobs. Just like being 7 hours straight, being excited, being motivated. Things like giving them treats, like whatever it is, like find something that gets you excited about. Just the environment. And another thing about managers, don't say stupid shit like, oh, this is oh my god, or you know, like you can't bet with them.
30 seconds.
Oh my god, this is awesome. Like, wow, I got you guys. That's when you tell me you guys even if you're like lying straight up, just be excited about it. Like, get really excited. That's it. Because if you create any sort of negativity, like, you know, an excuse, you're gonna so you don't want to be the reason why you're off.
10 seconds. All right, switch.
Yeah, I think you should try to talk to someone.
Next one starts in 5, 7, 6, 5.
I went the wrong way.
4, 3, 2, go.
I missed it all.
No question.
1 minute.
And then also number 2 is give back. And then also no, right? It's like it's not like you're saying your job will become just saying and role playing, that's not like doing it like we it's also in the office and time. Just really sit down role playing and doing
30 seconds.
So you know that the more you do it, easier it is. It just doesn't happen.
10 seconds.
I don't know how to handle those questions. Like, they will not trust it. They ask you questions, you stutter, you have to wait, like, hold on a second.
Switch.
So confidence.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Okay, cool. So, most important thing that I can do is it's interesting. Most important thing that you can do is understand the value of making her understand the value and say, hey, by the way, so and so you're doing an awesome job. So I really like that. Everyone knows there's some things that I'm not because you get by car, cars not see this and that. Like, oh, okay, now I'm on the road. If you say, hey, make sure you stick to the script, period, I'll be like, why is it so complicated? Before you role play, okay, stick to script, you go over, information, or you actually teach this, teach that. Here's my application, or this is my assessment. No, it's the same exact thing. So, hey, your job is to read enough information so when they come in, I can tell them all the details and then I get them.
30 seconds.
It's a good workout over here. Is it 30 seconds?
20 seconds.
Other than that, one of the things I was thinking too is actually communicate with the receptionist. Also, nothing worse than like let's say like it's the heat of the summer. You're like, hey, by the way, you know, so you're on schedule for this. Like, okay, 3 weeks ago, making sure you know their schedule.
Okay, stop. Can we give our leaders a round of applause? Stay in your seats. So what are some common themes? Did you notice, are they all the same answers? No. Are there any of them close?
Yes.
Okay, so what are some things you heard? Some important. Good. Elaborate more. Tell me more.
Confidence, so being able to handle questions, not stuttering, because once you stutter, like, that saves.
And here's my thing. If you can't handle it with confidence, how are you going to teach someone? You can't. You can't. Excuse me. That's like, I can't wait to run a branch. You're not even at 20K. You haven't even experienced bonus checks, and you're excited to run an office to teach people to make a lot of money? So just keep that in mind, Jen.
Be the best receptionist in your office.
Yep.
Role playing.
Role play, role play, role play, role play. Before you get on the phones, you should always role play. Even phone appointments, you should role play before you make PR calls. You should role play, and your receptionist should too. You should do it with them. Charles.
Treat them like people.
Tell me more. What do you mean?
And basically, like, you know, treat them, like, give them incentives, give them a reason why to work. Like we do as far as reps, give them like an incentive of booking appointments and let them know, like, we really appreciate what you're doing, and we know that you deal with, you know, some BS at times. We understand that, but continue to push, continue to do your job.
The most important people in the organization, make sure they feel that. Franco.
Just set up the right expectations for receptionists.
Yeah, it's not. How about this? If you do it the right way in the beginning, the expectations are clear. Then you can hold people. I mean, Heather, you're a receptionist. You know, if it's clear from the beginning, you've been through 3 managers, and you could probably tell me, one-on-one, you could probably tell me who set the better expectations up front. And I can also tell you your performance is probably better. Between the degree that you thought that manager X, A, B, and C was really clear, not so clear, not clear at all, that's probably where your better performance came from. Would you agree? Okay, cool.
Definitely making sure they understand the value of following the script, and not just telling them follow the script, but explaining to them why it's important to follow the script. Not only that, but make sure you communicate with your receptionist. It goes back to treating them like people, making sure that, like Ricky was saying, you understand their schedules, you understand, like, and being up to date with it, not just because you don't want them, like you were saying, pop off like on you, because like, oh, and you're in next week. It's like, oh, but I told you 3 weeks ago that I was leaving an orientation. I was doing this, I was doing that, and then you're left in the middle of your branch like -1.
So know your people.
And the biggest one is don't vent to your receptionist. That's one of the things Paul's brought up.
Yeah.
Like, don't never oh, this sucks. This is going on.
When I walk into an office, I can tell whether the line of mystique has been created with the receptionist or not by how they speak to the manager. I can tell by some of you the way you approach me, that speak to me, right? How someone speaks to me at the very beginning. This is not my ego speaking. Believe me, I know you might think so, but I'm the division manager. I'm technically higher by 3 to 7 levels above all of you in this respective company. If I meet someone who's 3 to 5 levels ahead of me in any company, I'm going to have a certain respect or a certain way that I carry myself. But when you walk in and you can just see how I watch how the receptionist may speak to the manager, how they speak to me, I can tell the manager's built me up. And it just really has to do with a lot of mystique in creating that. And some offices are better at that than others in terms of creating that. So we'll go back and way in the back end.
Oh yeah, just handling objections like as soon as they happen.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely a huge thing. Not just because it's good for managing receptionists, but just for managing anyone, is instead of saying don't do blank, say don't do blank because. Just explaining why, what they're doing. Like,
Let me explain why to you. It's not just do what I say.
It's really important to know how to read your numbers and stay on top of them. So if any issue presents itself, you can address it.
And those of you that are next level, you're not going to address. It's not the person who's messing up. It's just the performance, right? Right. We don't attack people. We attack performances or lack thereof.
Role playing, it's just so great. Receptionists, it helps you improve as well.
Good.
If there's ever a problem, like they deviate from the script a lot, to like nip it in the bud, like know how to like approach that instead of like just like don't do that. Like, tell them why you don't do that.
We're not like scolding people.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
We're
work with them,
managing
like
people.
looking forward.
Good.
Understand that their job is really hard. Their whole job is the part of the job that we hate, and that's why I got treated so especially.
You have to give them an extra. That's so true.
Also, something that Paz pointed out, 2 out of the big 5s have to do with the receptionist. So PR approach and the receptionist program.
It's a 2 out of the big 5. That's that with math. 40%.
Yeah.
You like that? On the spot too. 2 out of 5, 40%.
Basically just like you're not going to learn just by, well, you're going to learn by doing, but you're not going to learn in the summer. You're going to learn like now. If you make like 6 PR calls weekly or something like that, and getting the opportunity to get the practice in before you have to be in a situation where you're teaching people how to do it.
Yeah. So much of our position and the skill set is on the job training, right? You can watch the best trainers and you can YouTube it and script it out, but until you actually sit in front of a customer, right? I mean, but that's not in the script, right? That's what happens when you're taking receptionist calls. You have someone who's just blatantly, I'm sorry, no, I don't want to hear that. What's this job about? Heather's like, I know that one. Well, what's this all about? You can't say, well, I don't know, I didn't practice that. It's on the job training. And you don't want to wait until you open up. Well, actually, you won't. There'll never be a situation where you're going to experience it for the first time when you open an office, because you won't get an office if that's how you're trained, right? But the more you've done it before, you're not going with cold feet, or cold turkey, actually, right? Cold feet, or cold turkey feet. Okay. I like that. Any other thoughts? Okay. How'd you like this session? Different, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I want you to hear this one. So, receptionist. Okay. Receptionist. You're about to start an interview. These were the 5. You're about to start an interview, and you go check the show for the interview before you start. Meaning it's a 6:45 interview. It's 6:50, 7 o'clock. You're about to run the group. You peep the numbers of the receptionist, and it's like god awful. Like, what's an average? Who can first years only? What's the minimum show to interview? What's the percentage of the minimum show to interview? Incoming. 55%. Okay, these are numbers you need to know. 55% incoming. Go to the first talk go to Beth's talk last month. Read the funnel. It's on your document. 55%. Let's say their show's like a 20% show. Okay. I want you guys to address it.
They have a what percent show one time?
20 instead of 55. So 2 out of 10 showed.
And we're addressing.
And you're addressing it right before you run into the interview. Okay. You got 30 seconds. Ready? Like, what would you say before you step into an interview? And pause, here's the thing. You're about to step into an interview, you just check the stats, they had a 2 for 10 share of the interview, but you still have to run the interview because it's 2 razor sharp PRs. What do you say to the receptionist before you go in? Ready? Go.
So you don't just check the something that just didn't teach you. Okay, but I'm gonna run it real quick. Good job, killing the rest of it. Keep going straight.
Okay, stop. I'm gonna switch. You have 7 seconds to switch. 7, 6, 5.
Sorry, you go to the middle, dude.
4. Pause goes to the middle. 3, 2. 2 for 10 show. Go.
Okay, cool. So hey, ladies, this is the summary, right? Exactly what it was.
5 seconds. All right, switch. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Alan, this way. 2, 1, go.
How we doing? How we feeling? Feeling good? Yeah. Okay, actually, two letter thing. Okay, so not so hot is the two that they show up on the right. Okay, so that means you're doing a great job connecting like the top half of this. But I just want to say, okay? So I'm not sure what happens for this kind of thing, but I want to ask you just a quick question. So we have our attention site. Yes, okay? You have your approaches. Okay? All right, beautiful. And for the side that I have 5 minutes, literally, that I can maybe talk to 1 or 2 issues, kind of like what's going on your end. Is anyone having like seconds or any issues that you're worried about right now? No, okay, so just random off show, make sure that right. Well, hey, here's the deal. I'm about to lunch this interview. I'm gonna love this interview. It's gonna be freaking amazing, but I need more people for you. So I actually have just got 5 people here. I'm set up at least 20 more people for the next interview. So just to kind of make up a little bit of the same day for speaking around. So thanks. All right, I'm assuming I got it. Right, suck it up.
10 seconds. All right, switch. 7, switch. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, go for it.
It's not that secret. It's not the plan.
That's the free level, right?
Hey gang, real quick, do we get yeah, so 20%. So hey, look, positive news though is the right people for it. So you're doing a very great job. Before you even get to the right people and everything like that, it's the best people I personally want to work with. But hey, listen, we're giving people a chance to do it, okay? So are you connected? Like, are you asking some questions? Go ahead and build rapport. I'm a real talker. I just want to have some fun with that, okay? So first off, everyone have their VR approach. If we work on it right now, someone have their eye up approach. Okay, how about an objective? Don't have that, just making sure that there is have a and here's the deal, basically right now, I'm like this interview for your own meetings. I'm gonna get into the PR too, so you're gonna have a ton of work to get out of here. But I need like the next hour on an extra 10 individuals that follow me that have I need any different up right now, right? I have good. Alright, but I need to flex it up right now. A lot of enthusiasm. If that happens, okay, there's only one talk to one-on-one. I got 1 minute left.
10 seconds. All right, switch. 7, 6, 5, 4. I feel like Hunger Games. 3, 2, 1. Ten seconds. All right, stop. Can we have our captain stand up? Big round of applause for our captains, please. So, without giving the actual phrases, I don't want what they said. I don't want to hear exactly word for word. I want to hear what are some things you're taking away, some concepts. Jana.
Well, my drama teacher calls it PIP, positive improvement perspective.
Okay.
Great much what they use. So like I said, thank you for what I've done. Thank you for what you guys have done. Improvement. Have you guys realized what happened to the numbers?
Yeah.
Just follow script. Yada yada yada.
Did you also notice you can notice a difference in who's running office one time, who's running office, who had a big like I can tell you there were 5 different people, 5 different office experiences they've had. Right? So we'll continue to go to Heather, who's also a receptionist.
One thing that was definitely consistent in all of them, although they all had different ways of saying it, they were all, letting receptionists know they appreciate them. The people that are here, great, but let's see how we can work to make it better.
There you go. Good.
A big thing that I noticed that not everyone did, but some did, was having the receptionist identify the problem. Oh, did you notice? Was there anything off about today? Are you okay? Has anything been going on? Because you're not your normal show numbers. Is everything? And having them identify versus telling them what the problem is.
Yeah.
And always positive reinforcement, like they said, oh, thank you, I appreciate so much. You see people are so sharp, and helping them set a goal. Why don't we try to get 10 people in next interview? Why don't we try to get this, this.
Good. 2 or 3 words you want to put into your arsenal in vocabulary as a manager. Ready? Number 1, ladies, not girls. Ladies. Hey, ladies. Nice job, ladies. Hey, girls. Change it. For many reasons. Does anyone want to guess a couple reasons why ladies, not girls? Number one.
Girls seem immature.
Okay. Number one. Number two.
More professional.
More professional, respectful. That's the main one. Okay. Two. How we doing? Okay. That one question. Hey Heather, how we doing? Oh man.
Tell me about it.
You already know. Or hey, how we doing? We're doing awesome. Yeah, I just spoke to this really awesome. Tell me more about that person. Hey, how we doing? Oh yeah, the phones won't stop ringing. The answer to that question will tell you what to do next. Ladies, how we doing? Okay. Attitude, energy. How we doing? Awesome. Feed off of it. Keep going. Yeah, right. So ladies, how we doing? Okay. Add those to your arsenal. Like the way I would approach it. Hey ladies, real quick, how we doing? Okay, I gotta jump at this interview. There's two here, two awesome people. I'm gonna run the interview. One thing I do want to say though, you guys are doing a great job, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I know for sure the show is off. I think it's 2 out of 10. Could you verify for me, Heather? What does it say on Vectron? What was the show?
Yeah, it was
20%. Everyone knows what's the standard, ladies? 55. Okay, so we're not just off, we're what? Like way up. Okay. I'm confident that this is not a routine. I'm confident this is not your best work. In fact, I know this is not your best work. But before I leave, I'm going to give you a couple of things I want you to work on and make sure we get done. So when I come back, we're going to address what happened. We're going to there's different ways to handle it. It also depends on how much time you have, how big the interview is. Is there another interview later? Because what's one thing you could do if there's another interview later? Focus and say, hey, Shayna, I know this is not your best work, but guess what? We have another interview. Do me a favor. When I come back, can we focus on getting another 5 to 10 sets for tonight's interview? Can I get you to focus on that? Okay, that will already bring your show up. Okay, I'm gonna run. In the meantime, let's create more people for the interview to make up for it, and we'll talk about how to fix it later. So what you don't want to do, ready, is like leave. You never want to what the anything. You don't want to leave the receptionist on a low note and then have time off, and then they're alone. No management. Hey Shayna, real quick. We had an offshore, definitely not your best work, so we're gonna talk about that later, okay? What the hell? Right? And then you get multiple reacts. Hey Shayna, I know you are. No, have this. Shayna, you're doing an awesome job. Hey, by the way, I looked at the numbers. Be careful not to be. I call it the fake positive. Hey Shayna, you're awesome. By the way, your shows are really off. Like sometimes if you keep saying you're real awesome, then they're gonna associate. Oh, he's just saying that because I'm about to get my ass whooped. Right? Oh, you're super awesome. I don't know that I would say someone's super awesome when they have a 20% show. Okay. Hishan, I'm about to pop in. Thank you for these two that have shown. These two are awesome. Your fault. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I also think we have some room for opportunity right now. Take a look at the show. Did you see what the show was? You did. Okay. I think you already know. Don't worry. We're gonna fix it. Because sometimes if you have an experienced receptionist, they know. Yeah. Then you almost kind of say, hey, check the show. What was the show? It's almost like let me just turn the knife. No one wants to be managed like that. It's almost like, yeah, look at the report. What does the report say? Yeah, you're late. You ever seen someone like in a movie? It's like in a movie, like bosses, horrible bosses or something like that. Yeah, don't be condescending. And it's interesting because as you run a branch, you're learning how to manage employees. Okay, you'd be surprised. Okay, other takeaways or common themes or concepts. Charles. What's that?
Yeah.
I said Charles.
Receptionists like have their approaches on them. If they're following their approaches and they're sticking to it, then sometimes they might get ad-libbing or off script.
Good.
Never want to offend receptionists, especially we're about to leave them for an hour.
Yep.
Definitely, leaving them with a certain attitude is really important. Like you don't want to leave them with the feeling of not that I have to work, but that I want to work. You don't want them to leave like, oh, he's mad at me, now I have to make up for it. You want them to build their self-confidence.
And you want to know, to your point, Dolph, when you're leaving, what are you leaving them with? What direction? What feeling are you leaving them with? Good point. Because you don't only do it to run an interview. When else do you leave them? All the time. AT1, AT2, training, day 1, day 2, day 3, PCs. Which, little extra tip for you, if you're a manager, what's the big priority of yours in terms of where you are most of the time? Yeah, whenever you're not running a function where you have to be in front of people, you should do everything in the receptionist room, like any paperwork, any planning, anything, PCs. If you can run a PC it's not okay for you to be around other people, run a PC in the receptionist room. PDI, you should do PDI in the receptionist room, no doubt, no question. If you isolate yourself, go one more.
Also, like when you're actually first starting off the conversation, kind of like suggesting like like I think someone said this already, but it just stuck out to me. Having the receptionist feel that they understand why they actually did something wrong, like suggesting they give an answer of what's actually going on, why the show was really bad.
Yeah. Hey Heather, how we doing?
Alright.
Okay, yeah. You see the show? Okay, look, I know it's not your best work. Don't worry, I'm confident you'll get it up. What do you think happened? Before I step in, what do you think happened? Have an idea?
I don't know, maybe I just wasn't building enough rapport today.
Did you feel like that today at all? Couple calls? Yeah, okay, no worries. At least you know what's going on, right? Okay. But because you know what's going on, guess what you can also do? Yeah, and who's the bomb? Who owns the universe known as Receptionist World? Who's going to fix the show right now?
Me.
Who do I have confidence in?
Me.
Who am I confident is my number one receptionist? Okay. So go get him. I'm going to go run this interview. I want a better show tonight. Right? So when she leaves, she's like, okay, I messed up, but that guy right there here has confidence in me. Right? And you can hear that. Say, I want to say, if you just understand the feeling behind it, you don't have to. I know the way I said it was awesome saying it. I felt awesome saying it. But it's the concept of you never do. There's certain things you never do when you work with people, and there's certain things you always do. Shayna said PIP, PIP. There's also, you call that the Oreo. Or like sandwich, okay? Someone said that's like manipulation. No, it's not. No one wants to be told negative to start. Hey, can I give you some criticism? Yeah, great, sure, please. and someone says, well, they know you're going to give them criticism because you say something positive. Awesome, because guess what? Scott does it with me too. Because if you want to work for someone and you want to continue to work for them, not because you have to, like I continue to want to work for Scott in the company. Because when people come to me with criticism, they don't say, hey, you have to. They don't ever, no one speaks to me like that above me. It's always, hey man, you're doing a nice job and I really want to talk to you about something I think it's a bit concerning. Cool. But I respect them. Heather, please, this is a receptionist perspective, please.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. As a receptionist perspective, working with 3 different managers, being in that situation before it's happened, and having a manager come to me. Also, that one thing that I did like that you had done was kind of asking them what they felt they did wrong instead of accusing them of what you think went wrong and getting their perspective. Because like you said, then they know how to fix it because they know what they're doing wrong. So
Hey, did you notice what I did in the beginning too? Hey, how we doing? Did you see the show? Okay, look, we're okay. It's almost like, hey, I know. All right, cool. What else? What did you notice in that call?
I was gonna say kind of like when you say to someone, oh, no offense, you know you're about to be offended.
Yeah.
Usually.
Or to be honest with you?
Yeah.
Why, because you're always lying normally? I'll say it again. Can I honestly? No, I want you to lie to me.
I like what Ricky had said. He's like, can I give you a couple tips?
Yeah. May I give permission to give tips? Okay. Okay. Got it? Always ask, throw this into your vocabulary. Permission to say something? Permission to give advice? Permission to speak? Don't mind saying. Permission to speak real quick? Okay, awesome. It's almost like, yeah. Well, they are in control, right? It's they own the conversation. They're giving permission. Versus, I'd like to tell you something. May I tell you something?
It's like when you're
Gentlemen, you speak to your girlfriends or prospective girlfriend, right? Say, may I? Not, I'd like to. So it's too evasive. Okay, I'm gonna give you. I want to give you a couple tips. How about, may I give you a couple tips? It's two different receptions with that. I want to give you some tips. I'm going to give you some tips. Would you be open to some tips? Even, I would like to give you tips. It's still, okay.
Everything's about you.
Everything's about me. May I offer you some solution? May I offer you a suggestion? Are you open to suggestion? Okay, awesome. I love your haircut. It suits you. God, I keep looking at your haircut. That haircut, though. Oh my gosh. Okay. Can we give our captains a seat? Runner up. So let's do this. We're gonna switch it up a little bit. We are not gonna do only in planning because if you haven't thought about only in push, we're in big trouble. And every office here has a planning session tomorrow. And if you're not aware, talk to your manager and get there. It's most of offices it's 2 to 5. South Miami, when's your planning session tomorrow? Karina's office. You guys have an Olean planning or skills check meeting?
We're just doing Champions Clubs.
Did you guys do plan your Olean prep during your local prep? When did, or did you PC each?
So we're doing something different. We're like,
Okay, that's fine. But my point is, you guys have all done some type of Olean planning, or you have one. What I'm going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back. I'm going to cover the PR program very quickly. Then I'm going to do, I might do a couple of random drill for skill on the interview. Those all, I would only do it for people who have run interview stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna put you on the spot. And then we'll just wrap up because I think that the most important thing is just you taking from the PR program. When you leave here today, you just gotta take a lot of PR calls, receptionist calls, and start get selling. Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna do one last thing, get out of the way, and then Puerto Rico, Pau, if you could send me the spreadsheet on this. Everyone, grab a seat real quick. Okay. If for the divisional push, meaning everything since the push, you're at 0. I'd like you to stay steady. If you were at push, yeah, standing if you're at 0. Okay. Here's what I'll say. Okay. Technically, it's not the only push, but I just want to stress that right now you don't have much momentum. Okay. I would prefer, and actually, yeah, we didn't. Okay. Here's my thing. Anyone here right now that is standing up, I would like, don't text me. I would like you to email me when we get out of the prep. The first thing you do is email me your game plan to get some momentum going. Okay? That's the first thing. Number 2, this week is not over. Don't count this week out. There's like 2 or 3 of you that we have specific agreements based on your CPO too. Like Luke and I have an agreement, and Tori and I have a different agreement based on their certain schedules going into this whole thing. Everyone else does not. So getting your sales momentum is so important. Okay? Don't be a 0. By the end of this week, get something. Andrew Evans has got fraternity. I mean, so many different things. And he texted me last night, like midnight. He goes, "I'm not going to be a 0." And he texted his CPO. He got an order from his whoever. That speaks more to me than someone who has no school, nothing going on. They sold 1,000 this week. That speaks more to me because they found a way around the other things. Because guess what you do as a branch? Same thing. Okay. So find a way. Finish this week strong. Continue work. Okay. Grab a seat. I'm counting on you guys to turn this around. Number 2. How many of you over 200 or more? Or anything. If you sold something, stand up. Over 200. Over 300. Over 400. Over 500. Nice. 600. Nice, Shayna. It's nice to sell, isn't it? It's been a while. It's pretty awesome. May I use an example as an example?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay. So Shayna, listen up. Shayna, who I'm going to put on the spot in a good way. The observation I have, I didn't know the report, but when you walked in, I said, I think she sold. I feel like she sold. Because when you sell, you have an air of confidence about it. You take notes differently. I can tell you the notes you were taking the way you were the last prep. And I can tell you your CPO last prep. Right? But by being able to have CPO, I have a different Shayna at this prep, and it's only 1 month later. You guys see the power of selling? The power of a push. Like I didn't know. I'm no BS. I didn't know what you've sold because you haven't updated me. That's
for sure, yeah.
Right, but I don't know. You haven't updated me. You could have been 0. You could have been 3 grand for all I know. But yeah, it's not rocking the world right now. But it's 500-ish.
Yeah.
Okay, she's at 500. But when she walked in, there's just this air of confidence. She's been taking notes from the beginning. The last prep, I remember texting Kathy, "What's up with Shayna?" I text Kathy. So you can see the power of selling, and it's a great example. Good for you. You should feel good. You should feel awesome about that. Okay, over 500, over 600, over 700, over 800, over 900, over 1,000. Okay. Okay. Feels nice to sell, doesn't it? Miss, I barely got into AGL and kind of sort of here. Now you're selling. And it's so funny because, may I use you as an example? Okay, so 2 weeks ago, I got a call with Randy and says, "I don't know about Jen, man. I don't know if she's gonna make it." I said, "You need to have the poop or get off the pot combo." What? Poop or get off the pot. Meaning, Jen, you need to sell her. I don't think you're gonna be here. I don't think he had that direct conversation, but that was the feel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So all of a sudden, and you haven't updated me on sales either, but I get this respectfully, this like 19,000 message text, like, I was like, oh my God. And I thought it was like, I don't know what it was, but it ended up being, hey, I've made a decision and no more being a victim. And it was like empowered, strong woman text. And I'm like, someone sold. You didn't even give me your CPO. I'm like, someone sold. You don't get that from just feeling good and like, oh, okay, now I'm going to make a decision. No, it's because when you're selling, you can feel the difference. Okay. So if you want that empowered feeling, I'm telling you, it's not just for the startup important. It's not just for the CPO important. Matrix, it's important. It's for your confidence. Okay, I get to. No one has ever had a terrible SLC, Olean, and year and banquet push and got a branch ever. No one's got an 0 for 3 and had a branch. No one. Someone always had something out of at least one of the 3 preps, 2 out of the 3. If you rock all 3 preps, you're killing it. You're one of our top candidates. Okay, over 1,000. What's the report so far?
14. 59 there. I don't know if it was 95 or 59. That's fine.
Okay, good. And 1,600. Ooh.
She did win that one.
You okay?
One.
You mad, bro? I never say that. That's why I say it. Okay. So I'm not even gonna go into the attack list because I don't feel like embarrassing some of you. Okay. So here's what I'll say. This only pushes the game changer. So put work into it. If you're going to go for the bigger levels, you have to start phone jamming on Tuesday from 6 to 9. You can't wait. If not, everyone else, the whole division's phone jamming at 3 or 4 o'clock on Wednesday, and your goal is to get 10 or more appointments this weekend. Okay? Any questions or comments from next level about this upcoming only push? That was our push workshop in like 10 minutes. 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Just selling gives you so much more confidence, and it gives you, I don't know, it makes you stand taller. It's just, even if you just sell a little bit, like I did a couple service calls a couple weeks ago. It's like 150, 200, 300 bucks, and it still just makes you feel so like good. Like, yes, this is nice. And it also serves as, you know, just being a leader for other AGL candidates and the rest of the people in the office. That's really important too.
Love it. True, true, true.
I would say, like, if, for those of you that don't feel like you are where you want to be right now, this is the push that's gonna, you know, change, like, just change your matrix score.
Yeah, it changes everything.
Change opinions.
Change the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's a game changer, and it's, the pressure's on in a good way.
The game needs change, and you should be the cashier. From who? Game need change, and I'm the cashier. Successful. All I want to be.
I was gonna say, I mean, like
CPO.
You don't have to sell it time to be a good manager, but if you do, it just gives you the confidence because you can say, "Oh, my experience, blah blah blah, whatever it might be." So just make things easier.
That's it. That's it. There's so much. You know how much power. You know how powerful it is to be a division manager and even a district manager to say, "You know, that's wrong because I sold 76 grand." No, that's wrong because I sold 76 grand. No, I sold 76 grand in one summer. No, no, you're wrong. No, that's not true at all. There's so much confidence. And I didn't know training very well. I wasn't a great PR caller or receptionist manager. I just sold a lot and had a lot of belief, and you couldn't phase me. People don't make money doing this. That's wrong. Right? This doesn't work. That's wrong. Respectfully, that's wrong. So anyway, Dario, and then we'll wrap it with Moxo.
Going to Olean with like not a good push report kind of stinks because you're in front of everyone. You're in front of the whole region, like the best of the region. Everyone who's a branch candidate, the district candidate, and the DBMs of the company. So I went there with a bad report last year, and it just wasn't fun seeing everyone have like so confident with the reports. Like people like, oh, I just sold 10,000. So going into Olean, it makes you feel a million times better when you have a good report in front of everyone.
True. That's our chant from the office. Hey, hello, bunch of Puerto Ricans. True. Yeah, that's right.
So to piggyback on what Dario just said, if you want to make an impression, this is the time because it's not just with Jeff, but you're literally going to meet like everyone from the region, just the company. And when you're at the bank, like the countdown, whatever, it's kind of like a banquet because you have dinner and stuff as well. Like you're sitting at the table with like these just awesome, like depends where you sit with these like really, like yeah, next to Jim Stitt, like these awesome people in the company. You're like, wait, it's this person. It's different when they approach you and they're like, oh yeah, I saw you on stage, or I heard you had this push report. Because you guys want a higher position in the company, it's not just up to Jeff.
Yeah.
You know, like everyone has to know where that's from. And if you don't start now, it's just going to be harder and harder to get out of the funk that you're in.
I agree.
If you can't do it now, how are you going to do it when you're running an office?
But I have to sell around school and I have all these other affairs going on. I have things going on. That's what August is like. That's what July is like. Take all the things you're dealing with, just come and make it like all the energy towards running an office and personal stuff. So you get it. Okay, cool. Let's take 10. And I think we'll get out about an hour and a half early. An hour. We're not going to go to 8:30 for sure. We're not going to go to 8 or 12. I'd like to try and get you guys out of here by 7. Is that cool? All right. Let's take 5. Let's take 5. Be ready to roll in 10.
Hey, what's up, man? I got a pop Do you care to know? Yeah, you're gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask. I'm not doing anything. All the way down here. Yeah. But then, hey, what's the opinion? Ain't I know. And the original. Yes. First name. Pause. Very nice.
I bought my sales kit. I bought my sales kit today. Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking about doing that. They keep emailing me.
Well, they email. This is our third notice, so maybe it actually has to take gas.
Yeah, they email like, this is your 90th notice.
So like, all right.
Good fucking out.
Hey, Jamie's gonna text you like a
I'm
PR.
just like, I come from Aventura and never late. What's your excuse? I love when we're that wellness mat though.
That wellness mat though.
Doing running yet?
Wellness matting.
Straight for me. Hold on.
West Virginia beef bacon. Yo, West Virginia beef bacon. 41.27. These guys It's a sharp one. Tiny. Move your hand really fast. Close to that.
I got it. Everything else, I can trust
If there were we have traveled around the sea, but as long as you are breathing, there's no place I'd rather be. I would wait forever, so deep in the sea, as long as
Whatever, I wasn't against you eliminating the circles that you felt were negative and stuff like that, but also I just thought you could be that. That's all right. I'm thinking Lewis and Boston, I don't know. My
Sam, I heard the acapella has begun.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
yes.
I want in.
All right.
For the next prep, we'll be able to sing something.
Definitely.
All right. So I want to do a quick review. Let's do this. Anyone do randomly the water challenge? Okay. Aside from I always have to pee. What are some things you're taking away?
You have a lot more energy. Like when your body's not taking any more of like the nasty stuff, the high sugars.
Okay.
Okay. So not only did I lose roughly to about 4 pounds in just doing this the past 3 weeks, it cleared up my skin and I eat a lot less. Save myself money.
There you go.
So water cup.
I noticed that I was severely dehydrated. And when I started drinking more, actually drinking way more than what the challenge is asking, I had difficulties running 3 miles, and now I'm running 5 each day, easily.
You're an animal. I went to Wikipedia, looked at animal, your picture.
Waking up every morning drinking the water is just like gets you going. Like your day started. Like my day does not start anymore unless I got the water.
There you go. Good.
Just because at night I was like filled with mostly ice and then water, and then when it's like a really cool, refreshing, just to wake me up like, oh, okay, it's like really nice and refreshing.
It's refreshing. It is.
Just the physical changes to your body, like as far like I can tell, like my skin's like a lot like clearer and all that other stuff, really moisturized, and
Yeah.
also mentally too. I have early classes, so before math, I was like, now I'm kind of like focused.
You can feel, yeah, it clarity for sure. Right.
I used to always drink like a good amount of water, but I think it's because now that I live on campus, I drink really high sodium, fresh foods. So I started drinking like 10 water bottles a day, and basically I
10 of the individual ones. 10 of the individual ones. You mean?
Yeah, 10
Yeah,
or 12.
That's what, 12 ounces, right? I'm asking you to do 32 ounces, roughly, right? So, well, 1 water bottle is half. Those individual one. Who's got one right now? Like a water bottle. No, like a. This is 16, right? So this is half of my bottle, and you had 10 of them. So you're drinking, Ryan, 5 of these. What was my challenge? 3 to 5. You know the time. Not even being funny.
Clear.
It's clear. And Tampa to watch the Ravens demolish. I mean, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Drinking a lot of water, drinking a lot of not water. And you could tell when you use the restaurant, it's like, wow. But your body will give you those indicators. Sure. Any other things on the water? Noticing? Okay. So here's what I want to do. New notes. Whole new lesson. I want to cover the basics of the PR and the PR structure. In your folder, you have if the folder says PR group, you don't need to open it. It's got every folder, every document you need to run a PR program. Okay. And next level, you can feel free to help me out. So here are all the events that happen to create a personal recruiting program. And it all starts from the interview. Yes. Okay, I'll Blue now. Interview. Okay. Training. Day 3. Monday, AT1. Of course, I'm going to be using the marker. Okay. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and ongoing, I call it. Okay, so just to decipher from my hieroglyphics here. Interview, training, and if I were a returning next level member, I would take this because you want to teach this to whatever staff you have. Or this is a great review before you go into the summer. So interview, training, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and ongoing for the PR program. So in the interview, next level only, who can tell me where's the PR program start? Next level. Yeah, so you get what's called post-interview PRs. Who understands what post-interview PRs means? Raise your hand. Okay. Nathan in the back, define what a post-interview PR means.
The people who come in for the interview will write down their friends at the bottom of the.
That's it. At the end of the interview, they'll write down their friends' names. That becomes, I'm going to put a star for any part that creates more names for you to call. Okay? And I'm going to put FUNCT, function, as an event. Oh, you know what? We'll make it easier. How about this? Anytime we get names, and then an event that has to do with the PR program. So what names is post PR. Okay. On the third day training. Okay, next level only. Tell me, how do we get more names? Yeah, the PR talk, the day 3 PR talk, which is where you use the Facebook app. You have them write down on average. 80 plus minimum, but we're really going towards 100 now. But the minimum, you got to get at least 80. That's to be on, to have enough names to call. That's the name generation. Okay. Okay. Sunday, any name generation?
PCs, people come in.
Yeah, PCs, and at the PSP meeting, you're getting more names from your current reps. Monday,
ATM.
Advanced Training 1. Okay. Wednesday, Phone Gym and Advanced Training 2. And then ongoing PCs and other meetings. That's where you generate names. Okay. So events and just the interview itself, you're always getting more names. Day 3, there's actually a PR section of your training where you give the PR talk, you give away prizes, you do a competition, you explain what we're doing, you give value. You also explain how to handle when your friends call you about when, like for example, if I recommended all of you, you're texting me, hey, what is this job? You're teaching the reps how to handle that. That's all the PR section. Okay. Sunday. Okay. The event is PSP and PCs, but Sunday here is rep-driven PRs. So when you have the PSP meeting Sunday at 5 o'clock, you're in some way, shape, or form asking people to either post Facebook posts or have you had any friends reply to your text messages, and as they're phone jamming, you're doing rep-driven PRs. Monday, the event is AT1, and there's the AT1 talk, okay? And there's an actual manual inside it's called the rep-driven manual. It's from Trey Catcher. It's the region manual. It's the rep-driven manual, and that's what you're going to be responsible for the next prep. Is this talk? It's the talk that sets up. Who can explain? If you've run an office before, what's the PR rep-driven talk in AT1? What does that mean? What does it do?
It's like when you okay, we didn't call it like the alley, the phone switch.
Yeah, how do you set up? So you're setting up alley-oops, but with under the what concept? Meaning you're about to go there. Say what you were going to say.
I was just going to say, this is how everyone needs to learn. We didn't get a chance to talk to all your friends.
Okay, number 1, we didn't get a chance to talk to your friends. I'm summarizing the talk. The talk is probably a 10-minute talk. Summarizing. First point is, hey, we didn't get a hold of your friends. Next part of the talk would be,
they normally don't pick up numbers.
They don't pick up numbers they don't know. So what we're going to do is, and you fill in the blank. We're going to do what's called rep-driven, and that's the gist of the talk. And you can look through the script. I'm not going to read the script to you. Okay? You're about to say something. Maybe a little longer. Depending. You got to introduce the receptionist. You got to break them all. I'm talking about the whole.
Okay, the whole set. Okay.
Yeah, the whole AT1.
Yeah, that could take like a half hour. Okay.
Rep-driven PR session.
Yeah, we try to do the last half hour.
Okay. Gotcha. It's about an hour long. Yeah. But just to kick it off, it's about 10 minutes or so. Okay. Wednesday, same thing. We have another rep-driven session here on Wednesday during the phone jam. And then ongoing, whenever you have reps, you continuously want to have them come in, meet with them for a couple of minutes, and send them on their way. Okay. I just gave you the most cookie cutter ABC version, but that's all you really need to know, because how do you get this? You have to be part of your office. Okay. Also, it happens on Sunday. PR kickoff meeting, PRKO. This is a big function. This is PR kickoff. This is where you meet with the receptionist for about 30 to 45 minutes, and you kick off their calling for the day, and they're making traditional calls. While you're doing what? PR related. So I'll say it again. Your receptionists are making the traditional calls. You're targeting your reps one-on-one to do alley-oop and follow up on Facebook. Questions or comments? Okay. So the most important functions here, okay, if you think about like group event management of the PR program, you got to be able to nail your PR talk in the interview. Meaning the last section where you say, hey, everybody, here's the top, you check yes or no. Then I want you to go right to the bottom, and there's a whole script. It's in your folder. Who's already run interviews and has generated post-interview PRs? Okay. What's the premise of that talk? Hey, we're trying to build championship team, and here's your opportunity, and then right there. The second thing, you need to nail your PR talk. Okay. What I'm highlighting right now are the next few drill for skills. Come on. Notice we didn't drill today, right? Yeah, I don't need to drill on that based on where we're at. Sunday, okay. How do you run a PR kickoff meeting? It's a receptionist meeting, okay. Monday, how do you do the AT1 talk to kick off? How do you do kick off the rep-driven session in AT1? Yeah, and then here, how do you have a PC one-on-one with a high-flying rep just finishes fast? Our pause is already at $6,000 in sales after his first 10 days. Now I want more people from Belen. From Belen. Did you go to Kairos? Hey, you got the senior encounter yet?
No, it's gonna be.
Are you going?
Yeah.
Good. I went to Judgment High School.
Oh, really?
I'll tell
You
you
don't
more
like
later.
Kairos and stuff?
Oh, I know more than you know.
Would you say that the Wednesday rep driven, how you introduce the rep driven in the first place is really important?
Yeah, that's this. That's what you're saying is what I'm referencing. How you introduce
for Wednesday? Yeah. It's not for Wednesday night. It's like the beginning of the team meeting. It's like, hey, I just want to recognize pause and so on and so forth. They have all these people in for
you're right.
already. And
You're right.
I just want to help everyone else out too. What we're going to be doing.
Those are the key functions of rep driven, and the tradition for PR program. Okay, I'm gonna do, if I wanted to specify what is rep driven only. Okay, it's here. Monday, PCs, and Wednesday. That's when it's all rep driven only. Everything else, it's traditional. What is traditional? First year, what's a traditional PR call? First year, what's traditional?
Okay, so someone can take for example, they get.
Right, but describe what is, by definition, what is a traditional PR call? First years. What is a traditional PR call versus a rep-driven PR?
They don't know yeah, they
don't know what to call.
It's the script.
Traditional is when you call their friends from your receptionist number, and then rep-driven is when they call from their phone.
Yeah, rep-driven is when you call from either the rep's phone, they hand it to you, or it's a response to a Facebook and you call from the, yeah. Traditional is we're cold calling a list. That's the best way to put it. Traditional is we cold call lists. Rep-driven is we target, and we somehow either through phone switch, which is what, when we call from a rep's phone, or we alley-oop where the rep gets the person on the phone and hands it off. Does everyone understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. That in a nutshell is PR calling. For my next level group, actually the five of you that were teaching earlier, biggest point that you want to make, this is the first time we're unveiling this. How many of you, raise your hand if you're first and you're familiar with this? Okay, good. I'm going to send a document that might clarify. Actually, you have an email on your phone, Ricky?
Yeah.
Would you be able to, would you send me an email on the subject line, PR program summary? There's a summary sheet I can send out. I just like to do it on the board. Go ahead. Tips or biggest things to take away.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that like PRs are the game changer. This is what can guarantee you success no matter what your response is on campus.
It is the game changer. I'm not that good of a trainer. If you have really good people on your team, it doesn't matter. I'm not a really good interviewer. But if you know how to do this, you get more recruits. My receptionist program is not that good because my receptionists don't have good shows. But if you have this, it doesn't matter because you can generate more people. I don't like the quality of my team. You can replace your team. Yeah. My PPR is not good, meaning I can get people that come to training, but they don't sell a lot. Just get more people. Because if 10 people sell $500, that's still more than 2 people selling 1,000 every time. Every time. Yes.
Oh yeah, it's really, I think something that might be under the radar is it's so important to really nail when you're asking for post-interview PRs. That's the first time you even introduce them that, hey, we're really big on building a team, and we want all of your friends. So that for day 3, when you ask them to recommend friends again, it's like, oh yeah, of course, that's something that they already do here. And then on Monday, it's like, oh yeah, of course, it becomes I guess very natural for them that it's just something that they hear and everyone does.
Yeah, if a rep goes through the cycle and you effectively do this, You'll always get PRs from your people. How many of you here are still giving PRs to your manager? Say, I gave you everybody. No, you didn't. You still always recommend to people. Right? I'm going to use an example in the Miami office. I'm going to use Chinchilla here, right? How many people, what percentage of the Miami team are PRs of his right now? Half of the team is because of this young man, 40 to 50%. But see, that's how many of you are what I call those the catalysts of each office. Meaning every summer, there are anywhere between 1 and ideally up to 10 plus, but between 1 and 5 people that can make your summer through what Chinchilla's doing, Andres, right? So you bring them in, you get them tied into the team. You got a young high school senior who wants to get into AGL school, never even heard of AGL school because it didn't start till what, October? September? When did you start selling?
Late August.
Late August. So
yeah.
he never came to SC3. Didn't know what Dirty 30 meant. No idea what AGL was. But has been asking. So you want more people like that. So what were some of the things that Kathy and Paz did that you notice?
They definitely focus on like how they said like, look, we want more people like you. We want people who can build the team. Exactly.
Yeah, and did you notice your first Monday and Wednesday they were asking you for your phone or they were asking you to text your friends?
Yeah, like the other day, we would like go on Facebook, like look, go through this list and see who you think like be awesome for this.
Yeah. That's the game changer. That is the game changer if you have a struggling office. That's why Ricky right now, what's he doing? He's kind of doing the same thing. He's reaching out to all his friends and family. Are you interested? No, Ricky, I don't want to sell knives. Well, then post this for me. Fine. Or I'll cut you. Yes, style points. Any other thoughts from the 5 of you that were teaching before? Go ahead.
Wednesday night rep driven, like getting your people to post Facebook status every Wednesday is crucial, and just almost anytime they're in the office because people don't see the Facebook status all the time. So just rep driven is really important for the fact that it's creating.
Yeah, the branch office that has an awesome PR culture is one that every day there's certain ways where people post on Facebook.
It's also like it's very important that you keep bringing it up because they're like new kids. They'll be like, "Oh, I posted one." I'm like,
"Yeah, when?"
They're like 3 days ago, and I'm like, "So you notice how your status gets likes like the first hour, and then after it just kind of disappears."
Yeah. And some of you I know are so good because you post what I call the I want attention post, right? The one where you're gonna get a lot of likes. You know what I'm talking about. But you guys, you have the strategy. You know what time of the day to send it and all that. I'm serious, right? That's kind of you have taken that into account. Know that people see posts at different times. So, but pause.
And then also too with the PCs, doing it like where you can set it up like a one-on-one, like hey, I need you to come in, blah blah whatever. Or Kathy did this past team meeting, where basically she said like let us help you win an Xbox, whatever, like all the prizes that you can win right now, and just sign up. Like let me help you win this. Like that's it. It wasn't like hey, you're gonna come in, we're gonna do PR stuff. Like there's no explanation. It's just like you want to win a prize, come in, and then we just gave them the scripts. Everyone has them. Ours is like a red sheet and a purple sheet, but we've gotten from other managers and stuff. And it was just like straight up, like if they're online, use this. If they're not online, use this. Put it up, message everyone, and like here's the status.
Let me summarize what he's saying. Hey, Romy, I want to help you win more of the bonus. You down? Yes. Come in. Right? That's it. Get them in. All right. Now post here. If they respond this way, here's what you write. And respond. If they text you, here's what you write. If they call you, give me the phone. Make it so stupid in terms of how easy it is. They don't have to think. When you were PRing all your friends, what?
Yeah, I was gonna say like what he was saying right now. Like they just capitalized on like the prizes, and like I won the beats, and so I was like super happy about that. Like, and so like all the prizes are actually ridiculous, and so they're just show them how insane it is to get that prize like that.
Yeah.
And how easy it is with the
we used to provide like a commission bonus, like a 1% or 2%. We found that the bonus doesn't really matter. It's just as long as you promote it. You know, there was a time we had no. We don't actually pay any commission, but there was a time for a couple months we did no commission and no prize. We just said, hey, help the team. We still got plenty of PRs. Now we do contests with, in this case, the PS4 and what else?
Xbox One, console system, and TV.
I think it's a cool contest, but it's all stuff that I wouldn't really use that much. The TV's awesome. TV and surround sound. Xbox.
Yeah, just to pick off back off that Jared's point earlier, especially with like the let's say that those are important PRs because then you can also get into the interview and compliment for that training, so it really affects your training for a week.
Because if you recruit, if you get people in, and you set rep driven on Wednesday night, when the first years only, when do rep driven from Wednesday night come into interview? When? Say it out loud. First years.
Same day or Thursday.
Yeah, I go Thursday if you're doing a phone jam at night. They don't come in at night. No, I know you're saying if it's early, I know. But they come in Thursday the next day. If they come in Thursday, they're not coming into the first day of training. They're gonna have to come into the pump in, which is okay. So don't put all your eggs in this basket. Get them out throughout the week. I personally would never tell someone just to post, hey, when you get here on Wednesday, hey, post now. I would be telling them to post Monday when they're in AT1, Tuesday when I talk to them on PDI. I would send text messages Tuesday night to my top people to post again. Yeah, PSP. Every time. Anytime you see the whole group, have them post something. Okay. If you're in the Miami office, if you're in the pilot office, if you're in South Miami, you just expect to post
every day.
What now, Kathy? Tell me what to post because you always do, right? But that's just how it works. And you can create a culture like that. So, other next level question?
Oh, I was saying like the way I had my brother help me get PRs. I'm like, hey, which PS4, Xbox, like Xbox One, and like, I'll share it with you if you post the status.
Sure, bribery works all the time.
He posted this on Instagram, and she posted a thing, because now a lot of friends from the team, it's like, oh, I'll buy you PDQ or something. She was very cool.
Thanks. That's so easy. Yes, go ahead, one more.
So did you say PDQ?
PDQ.
It's like a.
Also getting your friends that aren't interested to post, because I've like private messaged a bunch of my friends and they're just like, oh, I'm not really interested. I'm like, oh, can you do me a favor? I'm trying to win an Xbox. I'm trying to win some beats. Can you just like post up the status and tag me in it? Yeah, I've gotten PRs from like a random post, like I didn't even know the person.
You know those all count for you, right?
Yeah.
You know that when you go to your classroom and you email blast your school and all your courses, those count as PRs for you. So anyway. Cool? Everyone's got this? Okay.
Yeah.
Ricky, do me a favor. Picture. Send it to me. Okay. So let me review a couple thoughts. So if I were to say, and we're going to wrap up, from now until Olean, priorities, based on everything we covered today, what are some of the priorities that need to happen from now until Olean? Sam, give me one.
Startup. Withhold.
So withhold and startup. Inshallah.
Developing an attack list. For Olean.
Yes, and develop an attack list. That should have happened yesterday. Okay, but it's not too late. Sell.
Mailing all customers.
Yeah, get attack list. Good.
Get into bonus land.
Get into bonus land. Yeah.
Rep driven and PRs.
Okay, that's a big one. Take more traditional and rep driven calls. That's a big one. And next level, what's on your list? What's on your list every week? Scripting the videos of that handsome brown man. Charles, yes. The second. Okay. Other priorities from now until Olean.
Big one would be go back to your initial list and your chicken list from when you first started.
Yes, restart and see who you missed.
Personal health.
Yeah, take care of yourself. So you have more energy to push and to run an office.
Sell that Olean homemaker.
Yeah, sell that Olean homemaker. I'll do a contest. The first five people to sell their Olean homemaker from this contest. Listen, a big one. I'll pay for your Olean trip. Woo! No, but sell the Olean homemaker. You technically have until what, December or January? February. But sell it, get it out of the way. Stay on my radar. Some of you, bad boys and bad girls, bad AGL, where are my text messages? I want to know. Get my number for you. Okay, get it from me. Text me updates, hot updates, sales. I ran an interview. I made a PR call. I made a couple of calls. Yeah. Did anyone do the Big 3 cash? How many did the Big 3 cash challenge? What did you notice?
You end up like using less.
You end up using less. Why? Because you just paid attention to it.
Yeah.
Did you find yourself being competitive? Like, I'm not going to spend it. No.
I don't usually spend that much money.
Okay, so you already saved. That's great. So now it's just another method. Good. What did you notice? It's not fun. It's not fun when you have that fun night and you're like, oh, I spent most of my Big 3.
I never like taking out cash. So it's like,
yeah.
I can live with 150 a week.
If you want to, yeah.
And the rest, where I was spending, it was nonsense.
I would save it for your branch.
Yeah, I think it helps you realize.
Yeah. Anyone get sick about figuring out how much you spend on food?
I have a receipt. It's just like.
It's sickening. It's sickening.
I didn't do the big 3, but I was like, I didn't do the big 3, but I was really intentional about like my budget and like tracking like the numbers, how much I'm spending every day. And you find out like you start making like decisions based off like your budget. You're like, oh yeah, I could, but I want to.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna stick to my budget. Any other thoughts on the budget?
By the way, Mint is awesome.
Say it again.
Mint.
Oh, mint.com. Yeah, it's great. It's a great app. Okay. I want to share with you a concept called the death zone. Okay, the death zone. I'll give you a short story, short version. Whenever, especially in the Himalayan mountains, K2, what are some of the, essentially the Himalayas and K2, these are some of the biggest mountains in the world. And people have these challenges to climb them. And part of the challenges, you have what's called base camps, meaning you climb, you get to base camp 1, then base camp 2, because you can't do one straight climb. No, that's not how it works. You have to go, settle, and you have to see if the weather's perfect, and you have to see if the conditions are all right, if it's too cold. If you don't time it right, you end up on the top of the mountain the wrong time and you freeze to death. I mean, there's an art to scaling these mountains. And they have, at least in Himalayas, they have these leaders called Sherpas, S-H-E-R-P-A, the Sherpas. And look it up on Google. Sherpas were the wise Himalayans that knew how to scale the mountains. They're like the gurus of scaling the mountains. And the Sherpas made sure that no one died. Because, you know, certain things, like if you get to a certain degree of altitude, you have hysteria, and people that were walking off the mountain. Like they were just becoming delirious and hysterical, and they ran off the mountain. Or people were getting cocky and aggressive, like, we're going to hit the mountain. Like, no, not right now. And some people without the Sherpa were going, freezing to death and not coming back. Okay? They're going to have this big you're going to hear this next couple of weeks. Oh, the death zone. The death zone's going to be from Olean until winter break. Because that's when management can't have the most stress. So when emotion is high, what drops? Logic. Yeah, when emotion is high, logic drops low. The cool thing is, this is not a new concept to us. We call it crazy time. The death zone is our crazy time. And what's great about our division is we've been talking about crazy time since August 30th. Since September 4th, actually. We've been talking about crazy time. And we've been making crazy time art. You know what? Don't say it. We've been owning crazy time. So this is nothing. But I want you to know is that death zone, that crazy time, doesn't start in Olean. It starts now. It started September 4th. You're always going through some version of a crazy time. Okay? Luckily, Sherpa Gambo here, Sherpa Vasquez, Sherpa Marquez Sterling, Sherpa, you fill in your manager's name, is here to help. Sherpa Lindenman. Okay? Sherpa Paz. That's the best sounding one. Sherpa Paz. Actually, Sherpa Mukso.
Yeah.
I feel like when we say it, watch Sherpa Mukso. A bell start ringing or something. I don't know. My point is this. I know for a fact in this room, there have been multiple things I've said where you think, oh my God, Jeff's calling me out. I'm just speaking through experience. There's some of you not signed up for Olean. There's some of you are financially. The two of you came here thinking you might quit. You're not quitting. Not on my watch. You're not quitting. There's no way. You signed up to have a great experience, and part of it is wanting to go through those things. 3 of you have gotten a second job because you can't swing selling. We're going to fix that in the next 2-3 weeks. And it's okay, and it's nothing new. There is no situation in this room where I go, oh, but your situation is so unique to me in my 15 years. There's not a single situation that you're dealing with that hasn't been already dealt with 3, 5, 6 times over. So just have confidence we can help you through that. But number one thing is get your sales going. Number one is get your startup going. Have the Shana confidence factor today. Have the Jen confidence factor walk in. And you know, Paz is always selling, so he's always confident. You see, he's got that I call it the CPO confidence. It's very loud and proud when you have that. It's very loud and proud when you have that. Okay. So let me give you some assignments. Oh, any thoughts from next level on how to get through between now and Olean? Increase communication with me and your manager. Go ahead, quickly.
Being aware.
Yeah, be aware. Plan. Use your plan. A power hour. Some of you, when was the last power hour you did?
I was gonna say also just prepping for the push properly, like around school, whatever your push may be in your schedule. Planning is gonna be huge.
Yep. Planner. Pause.
Yeah, I was gonna say just remembering like whatever is hard for you right now will be easy in comparison to the summer. So the harder you push yourself now, the better prepared you'll be for the summer.
Yes.
Whether it's from sales or whatever, it's just put more on your plate now because you're only gonna get better.
I love it. I love it. Put more on your plate now because you're only gonna get better.
This is really important. It's a really good reminder. It's okay to feel like down. It's okay to feel negative. It's okay to feel like you don't feel enough time. As long as you communicate, don't be scared to like talk to your managers. Don't be, for example, I had someone that was just like, Rick, I didn't want to disappoint you. It's like, well, the last thing you can do is disappoint me. By not talking to me about it is what's disappointing. You know, it's, you know, we're here because we've gone through the process, we've gone through the crazy time, we've gone through the D2, through the death zone, this and that. We know we're the Sherpas, we know how to walk you through it. So
And even the Sherpas need a Sherpa.
yeah, absolutely. So you know, make sure you're communicating, make sure that you're always talking to us. And if you have a hard time, we know how to navigate you through it. Don't be shy, don't be embarrassed, don't be
And don't make any drastic decisions. Don't make a permanent decision on a temporary motion. Remember that? Don't make a permanent decision on a temporary motion. To walk off the mountain. Such great advice. You know I'm smiling. Right? Awesome. The key is always communication. Anytime I've had challenges with a district manager, with a district office manager, with my PSM, with my receptionist, with Beth, it's always like communication always clarifies. Okay. Good tips. Anyone else? Other tips from now until Olean? Sell, man. That's it. Sell and take lots of calls. Exactly. Assignments. Ready? Assignment number 1. Okay. What you're going to be required to know by Olean is the AT1 group announcement. Okay. The AT1 group announcement. And we'll probably end up role playing it on Olean. Number 2, I would like everyone to set between 5 and 20 plus PRs by Olean. On the minimum is 5. Okay.
So 4 weeks away.
Say it again. About 3+ weeks, something like that. Oh no, about 3 or 4 weeks. So between now and then, I need you to either rep driven, alley-oop, a phone switch call, or traditional. No less than 5. Once you get to number 5, text me. Hey, it's Shayna. I got to my 5th one. Bless you. Bless you. When you sneeze like that, I feel like the back of your head should explode. I don't even know someone that sneezes like that. That's what I feel like. I do. 3rd, increased communication. Email, Facebook, and text. That's it. Email, Facebook, and text. You notice this prep didn't have a lot of information thrown at you because we want to keep it really simple. Notice we didn't have a lot of extra stuff on top of the financial because we're going to revisit the financial at every prep. It's just that now the thing is to sell and take calls. That's it. Next level group, we kept it kind of simple, did we not this morning? Yeah. But it's very effective. It's just keep the main thing the main thing. I'll use a workout analogy. My brother right now is training some very prominent vector people. It's pretty cool, like personally training via the web too. And his big thing is don't waste your time with the workouts. Okay, I'll use something called a compound movement when you work out. It's a movement that works out more than one body part. For the guys in the room, you might know this. The most useless body part to work and isolate by itself. Biceps. Like curls for girls. That's what brother calls it. Don't do curls for girls. Because when you do anything back, you're always using the biceps. So why do an exercise when you're just working the bicep when you can do a pull-up and work the bicep in the back? It's a wasted movement. So why cover all this information when all I want you to do is I want you to do one really strong compound. Does anyone know the number 1 exercise? If you could only do one exercise in the world, you only do that one exercise.
Push-ups.
Squats or deadlifts. Squats or deadlifts because it activates, it recruits the most amount of muscles. Yeah, back squats number 1. Yeah, heavy back squats where your butt touches the ass to grass. That's what I call them. Like all the way down. Now, ready? What I'm showing you in that focus 5, anything rep driven, PR, receptors related, those are compound movements in our business. Those move the business. What's compound movement for you guys? CPO. CPO takes care of multiple things. Instead of, well, let me work on my budget and see how I can, work on my budget. No, just sell more. So even if you're not good with your budget, you have a lot of money, so you have leeway. Okay. I want to work on my skills, take lots of calls. I just want to keep it really simple for you. Any questions or comments? Oh, we had a solid prep. I'm pretty excited. I only say solid because we will know if this was a good prep by what happens next 2 weeks. I don't know. This could have been a terrible prep. Yep. Biggest takeaways? Things you enjoyed? Appreciated the most? Anything? Go ahead, Chinchillo.
Yeah, I really liked talk about like the PRs and stuff because like before I came, this is my first AGL school really meeting, and I realized how important like the PRs are when going into like an office and stuff, and like what exactly goes into running an office and what goes into like learning about that stuff.
And I'm just curious. This is the guy, special guest, right? What's your biggest overall takeaway impression of AGL school?
I think it's awesome because I mean I've always thought like, oh yeah, like maybe like I naturally have like a knack for like doing stuff like this, but like you can't just think you naturally have it. You need to train, and like I'm starting to realize like there's so much stuff that goes into this, and I'm really looking forward to it.
And then I'm looking forward to having you. The next few preps, by the way, the Olean prep is an awesome prep. Number one, because we're in Olean. But we're gonna revisit these topics. The December prep, we will be splitting. Okay, A squad and B squad, meaning after Olean, I'm gonna have a calls with a couple of you and say, hey, you know, Charles, sorry man, we gotta put you in the B squad. You're not gonna be on B squad, okay? That's why I called you. So at the next prep, there's gonna be there's gonna be an assistant manager candidate, meaning that's the highest you can get at that point. And then there's gonna be A squad, which is you're still in pace for branch. You haven't earned it yet, but you're still in pace for branch. That'll be the December prep. And then year in banquet, A squad is invited to come a day early to year in banquet for boot camp for all the A squads of all the five divisions in the region. And that's where it gets really exciting. And if you make it to that prep, you pretty much have earned a branch for the most part. Any questions? So be on that, get on that, earn that A squad. That's what I'm saying. Okay. And by the way, if you get on A squad, doesn't mean you're going branch. It means you have the opportunity to earn it. I've had A squad members earn a branch. We would offer them a territory if they choose to do so. And we've decided to take different directions with them, but they had a letter in, they earned it. So, any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. What I would love, okay, just a reminder, when you leave here today, if we add withholdings, you go to that post, add a comment. Anyone that didn't hit their assignments, email me. Let's have a healthy, forward-moving conversation. Okay, if you're not signed up for Olean, right? You got to get a sign up for Olean. That's part of the experience. How can you go through AGL school and not go to Olean? Really important. Questions or comments? Okay, we're out a little bit early. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You guys good?
No, we gotta stay for now.
Enjoy your Saturday. I'll stay if I don't mind. But, everybody, have an awesome night. All I ask is that you help Ricky clean up the trash, and we'll go from there. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh my bad. No, it's alright.
I might. Yeah. Why don't you email me with your thoughts on what
It's super. It's up so now.
By your schedule, block out the time. Once you figure out what time we're talking yeah, I'm excited. Do you have my
I
number?
really appreciate it. No, I don't actually.
Hey, don't miss you. Have you do Kairos?
Kairos, I didn't do it's only one night there for us. That was amazing.
It's different nowadays, but our Kairos was 4 days, 3 days.
Yeah, and this was the fourth. Yeah, because my girlfriend did the same thing. This was the fourth, and never understood it. Apparently, I'm gonna learn in senior concept. But
That's awesome. Get my number. Do me a favor. Get my number from Paz.
Yeah.
Text me. Your phone right now. Okay, perfect. All right, keep me updated.
I've been doing it like freshman year in high school. So I haven't, but I let her know that I just haven't. Should I just
Hey, welcome back. Seriously, welcome back. What's up? I get it. Cool.
month ago. I wasn't talking to you at all. Now I am. I'm really excited to come over. And I love today.
I love today too.
I love too. It's awesome. Thank you.
I actually had more fun in LG than this. No, I enjoyed this, but
It's cool. I remember where I was last year.
and look at you now.
Exactly. Pretty cool. I like the part of the year.